Welcome friends to another Nuclear Revenge video. If you love hearing some bomb stories, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below. That said, our first story of the day is by EpicWinterWolf. Keep kicking myself and other students off our remote desktop link for the heck of it? Enjoy the consequences. So this happened last October in 2020, and I feel it's finally safe to share it. Given the situation at that time, going to campus was a no-go, so everything was online. As such, a lot of programs used for coursework, which were only on PC, needed a remote link for those of us on Macs or other devices. This link connects students to assigned desktops physically on campus through an application like Citrix. It would only allow students onto the desktops when another class was not remotely using that lab at the time, and at night when registered classes were done. The on-campus computers would show that their drives were in use, so the students who lived on campus would know that someone was remotely accessing it. Well, I was taking a course in remote sensing, which required access to programs such as ArcMap, ArcGIS, R, and ERDIS. You can look them up. They were only available on PC, so I, as a MacBook user, needed to use the remote link. The issue started at the start of October, when I was working on an assignment in ArcMap. I was really startled when I was suddenly kicked out and then furious because I hadn't had the chance to save my latest input. I then went back to the webpage, re-input my student credentials, and logged into a different desktop. Not 2 minutes later, I was logged out again. Rightly peeved, I emailed the professor and TAs about it and moved on to other homework. I figured it was a bug and it would soon be fixed. No, it continued throughout the entire freaking month. I ended up having to work on my remote labs between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. as I literally was not able to work during the day without being kicked off. It was really annoying, especially since I couldn't even work during my assigned lab time. Other students started reporting this, and we'd get a lot of emails from IT. Updates, patches, and things like that we had to install to try and patch this bug, and nothing worked. It was painful. I decided that enough was enough and took a train to campus after my online morning classes. If it was going to keep booting me off the remote, then I would just go in person. I completed the online health check, got to campus no problem, and made my way to the building that housed all the PCs. Yes, we have a building that houses all the PCs for computer classes. Anyways, I went up and towards the lab that my credentials were registered to. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't expecting what I saw, but I sure was darn pissed. Through the windows into the lab, I saw two guys going from PC to PC, logging students off. At first I couldn't believe it, and then I got furious. They were laughing about screwing with hard-working students. I'll call them dumb and dumber. That's when I decided to get some payback. I pulled out my phone and placed it beside the window, and it was partially hidden by the trash bin inside the classroom, recording them and what they were doing. They didn't notice me, thank God, and I got onto my laptop, remote linking to my phone. I then got onto the university social media page and started to live stream the video from my phone. I put a title along the lines of, "Found the bugs kicking students off remote desktop. Video's been deleted and I'll explain soon." It didn't take long for fellow students to take notice of it, and it went viral within 30 minutes. Names were soon put out as Dumb and Dumber were recognized, and there was a lot of hate in the comments. Even campus police replied asking for the location. I was all too happy to give it. It was then I saw on the stream that Dumb pulled out his phone and he started freaking out. He had noticed the stream and that it was live. I quickly rushed to grab my phone and retreat, and that's when Dumber rushed out the door and tackled me. We started brawling. It was self-defense, as he kept attacking me to grab my phone, and then I saw Dumb going for my laptop, which was hosting the stream, which was still being recorded from my phone. So I kicked Dumber between the legs while elbowing him in the neck before jumping Dumb. To be honest, I don't really know what happened next, but I do remember campus police having to pull me off Dumb. Apparently I had full body tackled him away from my laptop, and he punched me in the face, with me apparently grabbing his carry-on bag, bashing him over the head with it, accidentally cracking his laptop. Oops. So anyways, the fight was broken up and we were all taken down to the campus police office. To make a very long story short, I got a relative slap on the wrist for my part of it. Had to do some on-campus community service, but my record was kept clean. Thankfully, I was not charged for the fight or the laptop, as I was able to prove self-defense, and that they had hit me first and tried to destroy my property intentionally, which made it worse for them. I was let off on the laptop for a technicality, as I was punched in the face and had no idea he even had a laptop in his carry-on. Phew. As for Dumb and Dumber, I was called in to testify at each of their hearings in December. Turns out kicking students off remote links was considered a very grave academic offense, as it was intentional tampering with others' work. The video stream I took was a big part of the evidence against them, and CCTV proved that they had been doing it for weeks. In almost all the computer labs, they had been intentionally messing with over 100 students. Adding to attacking me, I had a nice shiner for a month, and my devices, instead of running, they got into some pretty hot water. Now, the reason this wasn't discovered sooner was due to the fact that this remote link was new to us, and IT was still working through the bugs. I don't know exactly what happened next, as they just needed me to come in masked and tell what I did and remembered. However, I did get notification in my email in March this past year that 2 students were expelled for intentional tampering of other students' work. Can you guess who? Yep, Dumb and Dumber got the boot for their dumb actions. It gets even better though. Turns out they were here on student visas, which meant that not only were they expelled from the university with a black mark on their records, they were also given the boot from the country, and most definitely back to their very disappointed parents. Maybe it's karma, but they got publicly exposed on a live stream for their actions for all the school to see, which was taken down due to it needing to be evidence against them and all, but yep, they were expelled twice for their dumb actions, and with their names in campus infamy for their stunt. Hope they've learned their lesson. Imagine being the parents of these kids and either paying for them to travel to a different country for college, or watching your kids get scholarships that fund their trip to a different country for college, just for them to turn around and try to ruin everybody else's college experience and work, get expelled, and get dismissed back to the country. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like that's probably one of the most shameful experiences somebody could have. And honestly, like, how funny could this have been to them for all that time? I get that some people have fun torturing other people, but like, you're just gonna do that for weeks in different rooms and stuff? Like, at some point, it's gotta get old, right? If you caught somebody in the moment doing that, would you record it, get out of there, and report it? Or do you prefer the public display with the live stream and their faces and getting called out? Let me know what you would prefer in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Goodfella77. Uncle made fun of me for not graduating high school and called my mom derogatory stuff, so I took away his business, marriage, kids, and freedom. So this story happened a few years ago, back in 2016, when I was in my senior year of high school. I'll start with some info about the victim of the story, or in better terms, the jerk that got what he deserved in the end. My dad has 3 siblings, all older than him and all equally awful human beings. They bullied my dad for years and made his childhood heck after their parents' divorce due to him being slightly darker in skin tone than them. Grandma's white, grandpa is brown-skinned. They were abusive, racist people, and the worst of them was my older uncle. He was a big bully and a snob that saw himself better than anyone else. All the bullying and bad treatment messed my dad up mentally so much that he turned to alcohol, which made my life a living heck as a result, till I moved out 2 years ago and caused me many traumas that I'm still dealing with till this day. Anyways, in my country, the most important year in your life is your last high school year. It ends with a nationwide exam that determines if you can even go to university or not, and the success rate in this exam is fairly low. Basically, if you fail, it's either you drop out and move to low-paying jobs that will never amount to anything due to our country's bad and declining economic state, or you just keep repeating till you get your degree and go to a university that you don't even want to be in, but at least it's a safety net that you can get out of the country hopefully one day. Things did not go well for me due to family issues and me having undiagnosed ADHD at the time that was causing me a lot of academic problems at the time without me knowing the cause, which in turn gave me some sort of depression. Goes without saying that that year ended up in me failing, and due to the importance of that exam, people saw it as a shame and kind of a big letdown. Needless to say, due to the long introduction, my family never had a relationship with my uncles, especially that they looked down on us due to my father being an alcoholic. and us being dirt poor, which made them think less of us. Bear in mind, they stole all of what my dad had inherited from his father, including a house and a piece of land that could have lifted us at least to a mid-class level. Lo and behold, my big uncle that I last saw when I was 7 came to visit us 3 days after the failing of my diploma. I already did not like the guy after all the stories I heard about him, and his visit felt weird, like he had no business being around us at all, and somehow he came uninvited. My mom sat him down and started making the usual small talk, and then she called me saying that he wanted to say hi. I went, and the conversation went as follows. Uncle said, "Oh, look how much you've grown up. It's been a while since I've seen you. You look just like your dad. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, after all. Even in terms of being a successful person, you're following his footsteps." Letting out after that, the most loud and sarcastic evil laugh ever. I say, "What do you mean by this?" Uncle says, "Well, I heard you failed your high school. Guess this branch of the family is bound to be the loser side." I say, "I guess you better shut your mouth and freak off. No one wants you here anyways." Uncle says, "Guess your promiscuous mom didn't raise you well. What did I expect from hood rats like you?" After that, things devolved into a shouting match and he left. After what happened, I was mad for a while. I couldn't forget the humiliation. And I decided that one day I would exact some revenge, and I started plotting. I did some digging till I discovered that all his businesses and assets are on his wife's name. And he basically owns nothing due to him committing tax fraud and ripping off his former business associate out of a lot of money before declaring bankruptcy and transferring the money and everything he owns to his wife to evade taxes. I came to contact with former employees that agreed to testify if this stuff ever came to court due to him being a crappy human being overall and treating them like absolute trash while they worked for him. Move forward a few months, and trust me Reddit, I made this account just to tell this story because what happened later was basically a gift from the gods that helped this story go from pro-revenge to nuclear real quick. I couldn't even hope for a better outcome than this. He came to our house again to speak to my dad because he wanted to make a golden custom ring for his daughter on her 10th birthday. My dad's a jeweler. While he's in our house, he called out for me asking for a phone charger because his phone's dying. And at that moment, I almost jumped from glee. It's my chance to get his phone and dig around. Maybe I can find any documents or emails that can be used later in the police case I was assembling against him. I told him I don't have a brick, but I can charge his phone with a cable from my laptop. Him not knowing any better, like the boomer he is, gave me the phone without batting an eye. His phone had a passcode, and asking for it was too suspicious, so my plan to check his email went down the drain. But still, I removed his SD card, put it in my laptop, and copied all his files, charged his phone, and gave it back. He eventually left, and boom, locked my room and started to check all the files. I found nothing at all, but as soon as I was giving up, I found a well-hidden file with a few videos on it, and then I struck gold. A full-blown dirty tape of him with another woman with his face fully available, clear as daylight, and I was literally singing to myself from excitement. The revenge? For a few weeks I made a Facebook account, made it look like it's his mistress's account, made a bunch of other accounts that looked like friends and family commenting and interacting with her. After that, I added his wife and texted her saying that I'm her husband's mistress. She didn't believe me at first until I gave her too much personal info that I knew about him for her to not keep believing me. Told her that he lied and said they were divorced and promised me marriage. She requested to talk to me on the phone. I made a female friend help out by lending me her voice. She was destroyed and I sent her the tape as proof. After that, she filed for divorce immediately and sued him for infidelity, which lost him custody and visitation rights for his girls. She took everything from him, even the house and all his money and assets that were in her name. Overnight, he became homeless with 0 pennies to his name. But that wasn't enough for me. I met up with his former business partner through a former employee who especially hated my uncle's guts and told him everything and that the employees are willing to testify against him in court, and he agreed to file a lawsuit. The cherry on top came when his ex-wife testified that he threatened her safety and her kids' safety if she did not let him put the assets in her name by force. and she literally pulled out phone recordings that she had of him being abusive and him saying that he'll harm them all if she didn't let him basically use her as a tax evasion tool, and that she was scared to use these due to her fear for her children's safety. Due to their previous divorce case, the judge needed to hear no more than that. Man got hit by 15 years in jail so fast that he couldn't even comprehend what happened before he was on his way to the slammer. He'll never see his family again, and he'll never have his fortune back. Just to rub some more insult to injury, I visited him a year ago, and I just said one sentence. "This would have never happened if you just did not call me a loser," and left. The look on his face while he pieced everything together almost cured my depression. I never told my involvement in this story to a soul, except my little sister, my female friend that helped me, but I had to make him know just to be able to finally sleep at night. Now, I am not the auditor of what constitutes nuclear revenge, but I think landing somebody in jail for 15 years, moneyless, familyless, nothing to their name, I think that constitutes as nuclear revenge. I put my first job out of business after 8 years working there. Okay, so I live in a relatively small city in North Carolina and started working at the young age of 14 as a dishwasher, soon working my way up through the restaurant over 2 years. Settle in because this is a long one and I hope you all enjoy it. The original owner of the restaurant/bar, a 50-plus-year-old woman, had grown interest in selling the restaurant. After 10 years of great reviews and honestly it became the best place in town to go to. A younger male walked in one day through the kitchen door. In the start, I thought he was a new employee. Finding out later that night, he was the one interested in buying the restaurant, and the sale went smoothly. Fast forward a year, and the new owner, let's call him Herb, denied the only time I had ever asked for a raise. The $7.50 an hour I started on was not a living wage. He told me I didn't work hard enough, when I had gone as far as to wait on tables and cook, as well as many of the cleanup and maintenance tasks, on top of my job of being their dishwasher. Thankfully for me at the time, my manager, who had listened through the office door, called him out on the BS. She got me my raise. Nonetheless, a few months into it, Herb let several coolers which held meat break down, and refused to fix them or get a new one. My nice manager couldn't take getting the backlash of always being blamed for things breaking down. Herb's the owner, it was his money, he had to approve anything we did. So on the night we celebrated her 10-year anniversary of working there, she ate the cake my sister and I made her, then also proceeded to quit on the spot right after. The responsibility of management fell onto my sister, and she was forced to take the promotion with no raise or anything. She managed for 9 months, only to feel unheard. For any issues she brought up with equipment or workers, she would always be told, "No, we can't do that." And after she had enough trying to convince him on repairs, we were left without a manager for a period of time, and he was forced to drive the 3 hours to come and manage the restaurant himself. A few weeks after, a new manager was hired, and another man was hired to be my help in the kitchen, and me being the head cook at this point in time, I taught him the ups and downs of the kitchen. And this man, he was kind and caring at first, but he kissed butt so much that I was overlooked for the kitchen manager position. The guy I loved to watch football with in the kitchen on my phone using my speaker on the slow Sundays changed into a brutal butthead. He would cuss at the waitresses and try to physically fight me on the daily. He and I were there to open the kitchen alone and would be joined by waitstaff an hour later. He went as far as to buck up to try to fight one of the waitresses one day when she mentioned that she had heard everything he said to me before she walked in. She said, "I'm done with your crap. You can either apologize or you can get the freak out. OP's been here a lot longer than you, and you were trained by him, and yet you think you can disrespect him? Heck no." As the man raised his hand to smack the waitress, I punched him in his face, and in return, got slammed into the already broken coolers. You do not hit a woman, ever. Fast forward a few months later, after everyone sees this side of him, they realize I wasn't playing about him being a grade A jerk. Many of us had tried to tell Herb about his actions, but were met with, "It can't be that bad, he's so nice." Finally, after not being heard or listened to for so long, I began planning how to quit. I had it all planned out, and when we had the meeting, I walked in a suit, already having found a place with, at that time, my fiance, and a new job far from home. Everyone knew I was overdressed and had questions, and I filled them in on the walkout plan. Yet the mean manager was nowhere in sight. After enjoying the meeting and being called on for my opinions on how to boost sales and better the restaurant, I looked at Herb and answered sarcastically, "Oh, me? Now you want to hear what I have to say?" Getting in a serious tone now, I stand up and told him, why would I help a business, much less an owner of this business, better themselves when I've been blown off for months? Anything I had to tell you, I was bullied for months, and when I mentioned it, I was brushed off. Have a great freaking day, Herb, because you quite literally don't have a cook now. Today is moving day, and I'm moving over 4 hours away to a better job. One with an owner who will listen and respect their workers and not force us to try and cook green slimy chicken past its expiration date. I quit. He begged for me to stay because he had finally fired the mean manager. He said, "Is there any possible way I can get you to stay?" I looked at him and repeated the words he always told us when we mentioned equipment needing repaired or replaced. In his exact customer support accent, "No, we can't do that." As I walked out, he followed begging me to stay and said he finally did what was needed of him. I simply told him, "Too little, way too late," and proceeded to walk out. And what followed was all the coworkers on my side standing up and leaving too. This isn't where it ends. He had purposefully not given me my W-2 forms for taxes, and after a few days of harassing him for my tax papers, I got them. Then, I received a letter from the IRS saying there was a problem with my tax forms. Therefore, I couldn't receive my tax refund. Calling up the IRS, I found out he had not submitted any of the forms he was supposed to as our employer. And when contacting him to rectify the situation, he proceeded to say, I don't recall employing any of you this year. After all, you all left with no reason or right." Little did he know, I record every conversation on my phone, and I reported him to the IRS. Attached to the email, I sent in the voice recording in an MP3 format, and I also sent in photocopies of my check stubs and copies of my W-2s, along with informing my coworkers having issues with their taxes to do the same. Herb has since lost his business license. His wife left him and took their kids after finding out about his fraud. Herb's now facing upwards to 60 years in prison now for multiple counts of tax fraud. It turns out we weren't the only business he owned and refused to pay taxes for or file the correct tax forms when needed. He had withheld the safety precaution pay during COVID and used all of it to fix the restaurant. He messed up, and I get to sit back happily typing this with a smile, knowing this jerk got what was coming to him. For all of you wondering whether I ever got my taxes and my money, yes, I finally did as of yesterday. If there is ever a thing you don't mess with, it is the IRS. Unless you're making an amount that literally you can probably get away with not reporting, which is a very, very small amount, by the way. You kind of can't just ignore the tax man. Imagine owning a business and thinking you can just not do your taxes. If you have 5, 10, 15 employees, they're going to be doing their taxes. It's going to get caught pretty quickly. I'm kind of curious, does hearing stories like this make you feel more convinced to try and record any conversations you have with a boss or related to your work as possible? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Poco the Fox. Make me quit? Get reported for your illegal company practices. In all honesty, this account is mostly a throwaway to distance myself from my main account, where I still talk to people in the area this happened. On one hand, given the time that's passed since this particular revenge happened, I could probably get away with it. But on the other hand, there's a chance that this could come back to bite me. It's not that I did anything illegal, but many may argue it was morally wrong at the time, and I probably could have handled the situation a whole heck of a lot better. So, on to the story. At one point in my life, I found myself bored. I needed spending cash, but at the same time, like any typical college student, I needed a job that would work around my class hours. Enter C Corp, not the real name. C Corp was a locally owned chain of gas stations in the southeastern part of Georgia and parts of Florida. I forget the total number of stations, but it was under 50, if that matters. I applied and was given a simple clerking position where I would work weekends and 2 nights a week, for a total of about 32 hours a week on average, sometimes more, sometimes less. I worked there for about a year when I was offered a position to help reopen a store renovated after a fire, with the promotion to assistant manager. My hours were obviously going to change, but by the same token, I gained better pay and a new day shift which would help things out. To be quite honest, I even debated taking some time off from school to concentrate on the job, as it was entirely possible I would be promoted to manager of my own store before long. There were veiled hints and suggestions of that very thing happening in a few months, as it were. I never got that far, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. It didn't take long for me to start noticing some issues with the store and the company as a whole. Issues which I did my level best to correct. We were nearing hunting season, turkey and then deer, and in an effort to cater to this, the store started getting in several pallets of ammunition. So now we had to figure out how to display the various types of shotgun shells and rifle bullets, while also doing our level best to ensure things didn't get in the way. It was around this time that I found myself speaking with the store manager, having been called on the carpet, as the saying goes, for refusing to sell ammunition to a customer. I explained to the manager that I had attempted to check ID on the customer, who refused to give it. So I told the manager that I knew full well that this was illegal, as ID was required by state law, and furthermore, you had to be 18 to buy them. That started me on the path that would lead to my termination a few weeks later. I started noticing company memos popping up in the office, all that dealt with company practices regarding ammunition. One even went so far as to say that it was a terminable offense to refuse a sale of shotgun shells to a customer, regardless of age. That one actually vanished a few days after it went up, with me suspecting someone in the legal department realized the trouble they could get into with it. However, the flow of ammo didn't stop. A week before my termination, things got worse. The state in question has the lottery, of which the lion's share is scratch-off tickets. You know the type, pay $1, scratch off, and hope you win something. Now, the lottery states on the back of every single ticket that the retailer who sold it must pay up to $599 in winnings. Anything above that was to be claimed at the central lottery office in the state's capital. Retailers are warned that should they refuse to pay this, there's instructions on how to do this with a money order, then they can be fined by the lottery commission or worse. Imagine my surprise then when I'm written up for following the lottery commission policy and paying out on a $300 win for a customer. I was told point blank that company policy was not to pay out for anything more than $100, regardless of what the lottery commission said. The final straw before my eventual termination, though honestly I quit, they still listed me as terminated, came when training another cashier. The very next day, the count came up short by exactly $100. I refused to sign the write-up, which meant the company would have to investigate it. Or so I thought. Same day, the district manager called the store and made some veiled threats about calling the police over this, and left me with a note that said, if the count comes up $100 over today, he won't say anything. Oh heck no, he didn't. I waited till the manager returned from her meeting, dropped all my keys on the counter, and told her directly, I'm done. I walked out and didn't really look back. I was pissed at the treatment I'd been given over my time working there, pissed at being called a thief, pissed at what I knew the company was doing to my little community, and pissed that as far as I could tell, they'd get away with it. That's when I hatched my plan of revenge. First and foremost, I needed to talk with a friend. One of my college buddies also worked for the county sheriff office, so I plied him over with some good barbecue and a few beers, and then asked him, hypothetically speaking, what would happen to a company if it was found they were doing something illegal? Like, selling ammunition when they shouldn't be, or something like that? He knew I recently left C Corp, and the circumstances of why I left, so it didn't take long for him to just ask what was going on. So I spilled the beans, even included the reported theft I'd been accused of. He was on the edge of his seat. even going so far as to note that the district manager's actions itself was illegal, and told me to come meet with my friend's boss the next day to give a statement. So I did just that. I laid out everything, told about the memo about not refusing sales against state law, and then gave detailed information about the district manager's call, the incident itself, and other things I had witnessed regarding illegal practices by the company, though not mentioned here. It took the better part of 4 hours to get everything told and typed out. By the way the detective acted, I got the impression I had either given him one heck of a caseload or broken some case right open. Fun. However, I wasn't really done yet. I had one more call to make. That one would prove pretty simple and short, and involved me calling the lottery commission and telling them about the company's policy, which went against the lottery agreement. I was assured they'd look into things and that my information would be kept secret. I just had to sit back and wait. The fallout: 2 or 3 weeks later, our local paper ran a story on the front page, talking about a multiple department sting that happened in our area. The sting was investigating illegal sales of weapons, alcohol, and ammunition to minors. In that raid, C Corp had been hit hard, with several of their stores being shut and several managers and district managers being arrested on various charges tied to this illegal activity. The company itself was facing severe, in the 7-figure range, fines from the state, and it was being called into question whether or not they had the proper licenses to sell ammunition and firearms in the first place. The only mention about what the district manager had said to me came in the form of one of the investigating officers noting that the company had resorted to blackmail in an attempt to silence anyone who dared question the company policies or practices. The stores did remain open, but you could tell the managers were seriously nervous about what the future held. Sales of ammunition and guns stopped completely, and overnight though. About a week after the raid by the police, lottery tickets of all kinds simply vanished from the stores. Big signs out front simply read, "We do not sell lotto." The validation machines were gone, the scratch-off ticket areas lay empty, lottery was not in the building. I can only guess what happened in that case, but I would not be surprised if the lottery commission sent people in with winning tickets, only to have those people turned away. The fact that they lost their lottery sales would point to it being a serious issue at the very least. That, or the lottery commission decided to distance themselves from the company, which was already under federal investigation. Yes, the ammunition and guns thing went federal. Ultimately, the company was a shell of its former self. About half the gas stations ended up closing due to no longer being profitable. And what stations didn't close were just shells of their former selves. The company eventually declared bankruptcy after a final scandal brought them another round of state and federal fines. In that case, they were busted for price gouging after raising the gas price per gallon to about $6 a gallon in cities where they had no other competition. This happening just prior to a pending tropical storm. Today, it's been close to 15 years since this all went down. C Corp doesn't exist any longer. After declaring bankruptcy, most of the stores were sold off to a competitor who ended up closing all but 5 or 6 of the stores due to redundancies. A whole host of, honestly, innocent people ended up out of work simply because the store decided to mess over one guy who wanted to do the right thing by the law and state policies. Several of the corporate staff were given 2 and 3 year suspended sentences, while others ended up paying personal fines, on top of what the company was facing. The company's become something of a warning to others about what not to do when an employee voices a concern, and above and beyond that, why it's a good idea to follow the letter of the law exactly as it's written, regardless of if it hinders your bottom line or not. I sometimes think back on the whole affair and wonder just what they had hoped to achieve with that blackmail attempt. Some part of me thinks that the district manager honestly thought it was the best option, and may have even been trying to help out an employee he liked. That was always something that bugs me looking back. Every interaction I had with that guy was a good one, right up to him grooming me to be another store manager. So maybe he was trying to protect me. Then again, he could have just been the jerk I assumed, and that was him showing his true colors. I guess we'll never know. He moved out of the area a few years later, and I sure as heck wasn't about to talk to him again. Not after everything that happened. So, that's my story. How I destroyed an entire gas station chain. OP is definitely the igniter that set off this nuclear bomb, but let's look at this the way it is. With all the stuff this company was doing illegally, very shadily, and fairly obviously if you got enough employees, OP's kind of like the person that came along, saw something awful just laying on the ground, was like, look at this nonsense, tapped it with their shoe, and the whole thing just explodes. To me, it seems like the way that company was going, it was just a matter of time before that company just exploded. He lied to me that he was divorced, so I destroyed his reputation, his marriage, and got him fired. When I was a naive 24-year-old, I met a charming and very smart and way older man. We'll call him Jake for the story. His sister is Dana, and I'm Gina. Now to the story. Jake was 42, recently divorced, or so he told me, and had a kid that he would see the weekends. We meet online through a poetry website where both of us used to write. He was very aloof and stern on his comments and not very popular on the website because he always used to come off like an arrogant jerk, but I really liked his poems regardless of his personality, and that's how it began. I commented on one, and he instantly PM'd back praising my writing and asking me if we could collaborate on a duet together. I've already done it 1,000 times with a few friends and people on the site that I respected, so I said sure. So long story short, we met on Hotmail Messenger. This was nearly 11 years ago, kids, so no WhatsApp, although we did chat on Facebook too. This will come relevant later. Long story short, we instantly connected. He was funny, handsome, and really sweet underneath all his bravado. And his dark sense of humor was right up my alley. We spent months pulling all-nighters just talking and writing together. Not humble bragging, but I was pretty popular on the site because I won a few awards, so by association, he became popular too. People started reading Jake's poems and commented, and obviously he got a huge head about it. But I digress. Our relationship became more serious after he confessed that he was falling for me, and I was smitten, so I went along with it. We talked about my recent breakup, and he assured me that he would never lie to me because of course he used that, witch of his ex-wife cheated on him, and he was devastated until he met me. I was shocked at how bad his ex was, but assured him that I was all in, and I meant that. One important detail about our turbulent romance is that he was in South America. He's from there, and I was still living in Italy in my hometown. So after almost 2 years of excuses for how tied up on work he was, I decided to surprise him with a visit. I bought my ticket and it was literally like a dream. He picked me up, we kissed, hugged, and he took me to his beach house. Which should have been my first red flag, but I was dumb, young, and in love. Saying that it would be so much easier and fun for me doing touristy stuff on a beach port than staying in his suburbs house with no car. Because I told him in such short notice, he didn't have the time nor the means to take time off. Which again was a blatant lie, because he was one of the partners of the company, but again, I bought it, and off I went on my own for almost an entire week that I was there. He only spent one night with me, and the rest of the week just picked me up from wherever it was that I ended up wandering, and we hang out for a few hours, make love, and then he just drops me off at the house. I know most of you are thinking, come on OP, just get your head out of your butt and realize what a bunch of BS that is. And believe me, now writing this, I realized how much of an idiot I was. But it gets better. The day before I have to get back to Italy, he took me to dinner with his 6-year-old son and his sister. I was super happy to meet his family and son, but got caught off guard when he just introduced me as his friend from Italy dropping in town for tourism. His sister was super sweet, albeit a bit awkward, and his son was adorable. We ate, talked, and off we went. He picked me up first thing in the morning and dropped me off at the airport. Now that you got the full story, I'll get to the good part. 2 days later, and still a bit jet-lagged, I got a very interesting email from his sister Dana. Her email was short and very simple. Dear Gina, I know that you might think I was weird and maybe a bit rude when we met, but it was only because I was tricked by Jay to join the dinner with his kid. He never mentioned that you guys were dating, but after confronting Jake, he confessed and begged me not to tell anyone or his marriage will be ruined. But you're such a sweet and young girl that doesn't deserve his deceit. Jake's still married and never left their home. Don't just take my word for it." And Dana sent me pictures of his real Facebook profile and, surprise, the perfect little family. I thanked her and shut down my computer. I was devastated. I really thought Jake was the love of my life and was seriously considering moving there. I spent all night crying and drinking wine until I got myself the worst migraine. But the heartbreak lasted about 12 hours. At 4 a.m. I got up, showered, made a fresh pot of coffee, and started planning my revenge. I was hurt, yes, but also so angry that he not only deceived me, but dragged his sister and his innocent child into his lie. I was at the other side of the world, and I didn't have the money to pay someone to kick his butt or egg his car. But as my Sicilian father would say to me, if someone slaps you, don't turn the other cheek, cut off their freaking hand. And so I did. Cue my sweet revenge. I sat down at my desk and turned on the computer and logged into his Hotmail. I didn't have the password, but I knew him well enough to answer his 3 security questions in the forgot password section. 1, 2, 3, boom baby, I'm in, and holy crap. This arrogant piece of human poop was not only dating me, but 2 other girls. I quickly logged onto his Facebook too because he had everything linked, the naivety. So I quickly changed all his passwords to "I'm a jerk" and discovered that his personal email was also connected to his work account. I dug through his emails for 2 hours. This idiot never erased anything, so we had more than 5,000 emails until I found something very interesting. The girls he was also seeing and their very hot email exchanges. Noodle pics included. So what did I do? You guessed it. I crafted a very lengthy and explicit email with pics and chat logs attached, confessing to Jake's wife, posing as him obviously, begging for forgiveness and declaring how much of a crap person I was, and as proof of my willingness to change and transparency, I was sending this email to the girls too. But that I did it only because I was a closeted gay, and the thought of being a player would help me forget how much I really loved guys. That I was sick of pretending and hoped she could move on and maybe be friends. But not only to them. I copied the entire list of contacts, including the CEO and partners of the company he worked for, his parents, and Dana, of course. This email was perfection. All the pictures and chats, myself included, he ever exchanged with any other woman. I copied myself on the list obviously as a countermeasure and move on to part 2 of my plan. I changed all of his Facebook and declared that I was so relieved that people finally knew who I was. The pride flag was his new wall picture and his profile picture was a photoshopped picture of 2 guys kissing. I created 5 different accounts on gay websites with all of his info, including his phone number, and started to chat with a bunch of guys until, out of nowhere, this guy sent me, better yet, he sent Jake a message. Tony was his old uni friend that had always been secretly lusting for him for years, and although I felt bad for this later, I set up a date. Part 3 of my plan. 1 week after this massive internet blowout and his family and friends angrily called him all sorts of names, and got fired because his bosses didn't want the bad press. So Jake, trying to make amends with his family and friends, made a barbecue for his birthday. But I would have paid 1 year worth of salary just to see his face and his guests when in the middle of their celebration, Tony appeared with a bottle of champagne and bags full of lube and toys to celebrate privately, as I asked. Apparently there was a huge fight and everyone left Jake, flustered and angry, crying because some psycho wanted to ruin his life. I blocked him and forgot about everything until 6 months ago when he out of the blue sent me a message on Instagram asking me why I disappeared and didn't support him when he was at his lowest. And oh boy, the satisfaction I felt when I only replied back, "Sorry Jake, but I think everything you got was karma for all the lies and time wasted you fed me. Good luck. Oh, and by the way, it was always me." I then blocked him and made my account private. Jake did try to call a few mutual friends to try to give them my number, but they ignored him. They also got the infamous email. So yeah, I got my revenge, and it was worth every single hour. I know, I'm freaking petty. So there is a lot that happened in this story. Do you guys believe that this is actually true, that this actually happened? Or do you think this is full of embellishment and maybe made up for the clicks? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Throwaway 2021-1250. He scoffed at me, so I got him fired and sent back to his country. So let me preface this by saying I do feel somewhat bad about the events that transpired, but it would be eating my conscience to say I didn't do it on purpose. Because I did. I started my first full-time job when I was 20, fresh off college and ready to take on the world. I resided in a Middle Eastern country where people got brought in frequently by employers. And one mistake could cost them everything. I was outside this because I was a resident of the place despite not being from there. Anyways, when I first started, I got along very well with my coworker, despite the fact that he came off as a lot of bad things for me. We tried hanging out, but the more I got to know him, the more disgusted I became. He was sexist, a purist of his religion, where he believes execution of certain people should be allowed, and he was extremely homophobic. But nonetheless, I tried making friends with him because I was open to anything. In our office, we have a portable Wi-Fi that he took with him every day. Free internet, and I never commented on this because I have my own. I can afford it, and so can he. More on this later. The closer I got to him, the more he opened up, but in the worst ways. He would send me lewd images while we were in the office of women, talk about drug use, and sometimes disappear from work for hours on end while I manned the office. Like I said, I was 20, I was still young and naive, and I tried my best to seem calm and friendly. I wanted to make a good impression. This man, however, was the opposite. He was several years older than me and acted like he was above me through every step, but I ignored it because I wanted to be civil. Sometimes I would help him with his work, until eventually his work became mine. He would expect me to do it without even lending a hand. I didn't even say anything, I just did it. His missing from the office became more frequent. Sometimes he would only be at work for a measly 2 hours out of 9 hours. Popping in and out, and the office manager's too chicken poop to say anything to the GM. Then there's the lateness, where I would come in on time every day, and he'd come an hour late. Still, I kept my mouth shut. It escalated to him adjusting attendance records so it seemed like he wasn't absent, even though his absences were frequent. Unfortunately, he was put in charge of that too. I remained quiet throughout all of this, remained civil, until finally I spoke to the general manager about pursuing a different line of work. I was always into graphic design, and they needed some work done, so I offered to do it. But during this time, I couldn't afford much things anymore because I had to help pay for bills for my parents. So I usually just walked to work back and forth every day and limited my eating to once a day, meaning the Wi-Fi was no longer something I could afford. So as an agreement, I could take the office Wi-Fi with me and work on designs from home. However, my coworker didn't agree to this and pretty much attacked me with a barrage of insults. He scoffed at the fact that I needed the Wi-Fi to do design work and said I was a joke. I've suppressed the majority of what the conversation held, but it went something like this. I'd say, I just need it tonight, you can have the Wi-Fi tomorrow. He says, why? It's not yours. I say, I need to do some design work. He says, yeah, me too. I need to do that too, so leave it here. I couldn't remember much of what else he said, but there was a scoff after he said that, and he made fun that my designs sucked and that I should just stop while I'm ahead. My blood boiled and I reached the point of no return. I immediately phoned the office manager and talked about the situation and how if I don't get the Wi-Fi, I'll complain to the general manager, who did in fact give me his blessing, unlike this turd. He immediately called my coworker and told him to give me the Wi-Fi, which he did. And that was that. Except, I'm a petty person, and I'm not about to let some jerk get off with a slap on the wrist. The next day, I went to the head office and had a meeting with the GM. I spoke to him about all the misconducts this guy had, how he's always late, never in the office, changes his absences, steals money sometimes, etc. I spilled my heart out on all of his wrongdoings, showing the messages and photos I was sent during the shift that I never asked for, and how I'm doing all of his work. It escalated to a point where he got brought into the main office for a meeting, where I proceeded to berate him in front of the manager, and he could only try to defend himself, but I was prepared. It turns out the office manager never even spoke to the general manager about his misconduct. Afterwards, he was brought back to the office, having been yelled at by both me and the general manager. And I could say that's where it ends. Except it's not. After he left, the general manager realized if I had been doing all the work, then why didn't I say anything? I responded that I was simply there to work and to help. However, with what just happened and the fact that this guy was getting paid more than me, I've decided that if he's here, then I won't be staying in the company. I gave him a choice, me or this guy. The answer was obvious because by the next day, he was handed a termination letter and another letter that states he's been booked a ticket and he has to head back to his home country within a month. And he's barred from entering the country for several years due to his public misconduct that was reported by a certain someone to the local authorities. I could say that was the end, but okay, this is the last one, I swear. See, he had a girlfriend back home, a fiance more like, whom he'd been cheating on. Funny enough, he added me on Facebook when we first met, and she proceeded to add me too, because he talks about me to her. Well, our messages weren't just inappropriate, it showed details of him cheating on her, with me questioning him if that's a good idea. Every screenshot sent. All the photos of the women he's been with sent. She was livid, and I kept apologizing for keeping her in the dark, but that I thought she deserved to know at least. I haven't spoken to her since, but judging from the fact that her Facebook status no longer states she's engaged to him, is enough of a confirmation. I sent him one last thing before blocking him on every social media we've been connected in. You deserve this, craphead. It's been several months since then and I'm thriving at work. I got a raise, I have better coworkers, and I'm getting a promotion. As for him, well, he's out there somewhere in the world. Who knows, and who cares, right? We're no longer in the same country, so whatever else happens to him no longer phases me. Though he did once send me a photo of his fake Italian ID because he was planning on illegally migrating there next year. I'm on the fence if I should send it to the authorities in Italy or not, just as a precaution. I might consider migrating there at some point myself. Considering this guy's track record, I don't think it hurts to also hand that ID over. I mean, for all we know, if that guy got into Italy, he would just mess stuff up there for somebody else too. You're probably saving people grief. I will say though, this is definitely a nuclear revenge. A homophobe insulted my daughter. I may have ended his marriage. So my daughter, 15, has been friends with a girl who lives opposite for years now, and in the past there's been sleepovers at both our houses. Adults always stopped and chatted when we saw each other, etc. Last year, my daughter came out as a lesbian, and a short while later, we noticed that our friends across the road never seemed to want to chat anymore. Recently, my daughter told me her friend had messaged her to say that she wasn't allowed around our house anymore. Yesterday, I see them on the road, and I decided I was going to have a friendly chat and see if I could resolve the issue. It didn't stay friendly very long. Jerkhead Dad was acting oddly agitated when I brought it up and ended up saying, "I'm not letting your freaking queer daughter try and do stuff to Redacted. Just because you raised a freak doesn't mean we all have to like it." Side note for anyone who doesn't know, although the term queer has been somewhat reclaimed by the LGBTQ+ community in recent years, it has a long history of being used as a homophobic slur, and Jerkhead Dad definitely wasn't using it as an ally. Now, for the next part, it's important to know 4 things. 1. Jerkhead Dad has been working from home since the pandemic started. 2. His wife hasn't and works each day. 3. I've been working from home due to injury for a few weeks now. 4. I've seen the woman who visits for a few hours a couple of times a week, and I've seen him smack her butt as she leaves. I stay nice and calm. I take a breath and then I press the button. I calmly explain to Jerkhead Dad that just because my daughter is gay doesn't mean that she would be trying to make a move on a friend. After all, I say, men and women can be friends without it being sexual, just like you and that blonde girl who keeps coming round. He got pretty mad and called me some amazing names as his wife stomped back to their house. I'm guessing things got pretty bad as he left the house less than an hour later with a suitcase and a big gym bag and drove off, tires screeching. I do feel bad for the daughter if I'm honest, and if only for her, I did wish afterwards I'd kept my mouth shut. Not sorry for him though. Honestly, although it kind of wrecks the home, do you think it's better for the daughter in the long run to know that their dad was cheating on their mom? Or do you think that's something that kids of any age should kind of be shielded from? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Dragonpora. Do not mess with my family. I will destroy you. Okay, so this goes way back and still leaves me fuming. The background is, I'll call myself Daisy, qualified as a mechanical engineer in the mid-1980s working in textiles, in a little African country. The players are Ed, the consultant with carte blanche. Ed was there to assess performance, but also to investigate why a profitable company takes a nosedive within 18 months. The villains are Bob, Knob, and Bon. I was part of a management team employed on behalf of an NGO, non-government organization, company funded by the Commonwealth and IMF, International Monetary Fund, to help set up viable labor-intensive industry for this country in the mid-1990s. To start with, this was a dream job. Free luxury accommodation in a secured village that had tennis courts, swimming pools, guest lodge. My contract included free electric, water, and telephone landline. There was no broadband at that time. You used your landline to dial up. No mobiles at this time. Free private schooling for my 3 children, a monthly allowance, note not salary, great pension, and full gold private medical insurance. The catch was that my husband was not allowed to work permanently. He could consult for companies, but not be employed. This was part of legal requirement for me to get work and residential permit. I was the total breadwinner. I was respected by the management team and my employees. I love the people of this nation, the culture, the warmth, and the willingness to learn. The majority of the employees were illiterate when they started employment. I helped set up schools to improve their verbal and written skills, not only in English but also in the local official language. I woke each day ready to tackle the challenge, see the staff develop, especially the women learning and gaining independence, and see the company flourish, become profitable. The rewards were amazing. Because the company became very profitable, it needed to be sold as a going venture to investors in the country. This was part of the agreement with the CDC, Commonwealth Development Corporation, and IMF, International Monetary Fund, who up to that point were our bosses. The sale included a clause that assured the continued employment of the local employees for 18 months after the sale. The order books were full, the bank balance very healthy on the day the new owners came in. The new owners have their headquarters in Southeast Asia. The new CEO, Knob, and CFO, Bon, come in. Trouble begins. Their first order of the day was to remove the majority of the previous management and bring their team in. I was told, in no uncertain terms, that as a female, I should be home breeding and not working. My time was up. The company starts losing money within 9 months. This new team started blaming the local employees as the reason for the losses. Head office sends over a consultant/independent observer, we'll call them Ed, to feedback proposals, solutions, and what was the root cause. Ed was empowered to act on behalf of the group's CEO in Southeast Asia. This is important for later. I had to have medical leave for 8 weeks. Whilst on medical leave, the CEO makes a decision to cut off free private education. And no more free utilities or food allowance without adjusting my allowance. So I went from being well rewarded for the job to having to manage with a salary that was only $100 and pay for private school and all those other household costs that were previously incorporated into the contract. Yes, the company can do this. Basically, a new contract was underwritten as part of the new ownership. As a true expat employee, the company owns you totally. They own the permits that allow you to work and live in the country. I made a formal complaint, but was told if I didn't like it, the company would inform the country government that I had been fired due to not being qualified. This would have meant 48 hours to leave the country with no support, no possibility of getting any of our personal belongings shipped, frozen bank account, as the local government would see this as fraud, possible police record, my family would lose everything and become destitute. On my return to work, I was demoted and they placed their own man to run my previous department, engineering and maintenance. I go to introduce myself to my new manager, let's call him Bob. Bob refuses to shake hands and states that he's there to make my life heck and remove me from the company. I saw red. No one threatens my family's well-being and gets away with it. This is how I ensured the whole management lost everything. Start investigation on what's going on. In the first 12 months that this new management team has taken over the company, they're now losing money and in serious debt. New equipment that's been installed by the NGO has to be sold to help pay salaries. The pension fund was found to be underfunded, was let go. Management blamed the NGO for having taken money out when they sold the company. This new management team has somehow brought over extended families. Older children were all being educated in the top universities, either in South Africa or even the UK. Younger children in top private schools. There was also extended house staff, including drivers, all of this coming out as losses in the company books. To top it up, I discovered that my new manager's university doctorate degree was fake. This management team treat the local staff as subhuman. I had had enough of this BS. Time to sort these jerks out. Stage 1, prove current boss is not qualified in what he says he is. I talked to Ed about my suspicions, showed him the transcript from telephone conversations with the university that he claimed as having a PhD from. We set a trap. There were a set of machines that were seriously underperforming. Ed and I work out a plan. I walk into lead meeting late. I was to be quiet until Ed asked me to contribute. We wanted to give Bob enough rope. In the meeting, I sit quietly whilst Bob blames the local operators, the local maintenance fitters, and everyone else for all the woes that are happening, including why we can't meet the order book demands. Ed sweetly asks if there's a possibility of a mechanical issue. Bob denies it. Ed then asks me for my opinion. I explain that Bob had been changing suppliers of critical components to cheaper versions, but that still cost the same on the official books. I had evidence that demonstrates that Bob was receiving a significant percentage of the difference on the side, whilst the company charged the inflated prices. I also stated that I could fix the problem using the correct components. If I was wrong, then by all means, fire me. Ed sets a challenge to me and Bob. Each one of us has a team of fitters and our chosen components. Bob storms to the shop floor and does his usual screaming at everyone. I go down and explain what I was trying to achieve and how it would benefit the operators and get the project going. At the end of the week, we both had to report back to the management team. Ed had a few operators, mechanics, and production supervisors watch how Bob worked and see if there was any attempt to sabotage my project. Needless to say, Bob did try everything to ensure my team was not successful, but he never had the support of the locals and his team. They already hated him. Ed gives Bob a chance to come clean, but Bob still stated I was a liar and knew nothing. Ed stands up, goes to the door, opens it, and outside is Bob's family. Ed's investigation had confirmed what I had stated. As such, Ed had organized drivers and contacts to fly to South Africa, pick up all of Bob's children from schools and universities, and for those in the UK, the university was informed no company funds would be forthcoming for the one child that was being educated. Ed proceeded to give each of Bob's family plane tickets for the following morning. Company security guards and police were sent with Bob to his bank, where funds were frozen due to fraudulent transactions. Bob accepted a plea bargain. He will not be welcome in Africa ever, and his home country police were informed. When Bob landed in his home country, the head office had organized a police escort. Bob was unemployable, and his family greatly shamed. I hope he got his just desserts, I couldn't care less. Stage 1 complete. Stage 2, the final event. Prove Knob and Bond had been defrauding the company and the country. Knob and Bond were still in charge of the company, now 18 months from takeover. The stated clause that the workforce could not be touched was up. Knob and Bond called an all-side meeting. They stood up front with tears running down on how the NGO had lied about the company orders and profitability. how they're trying their best, but the company is really struggling and people will lose their jobs. They announce a reduction of 66% of the workforce. I had been working closely with Nob and Bond's secretary, the accountant, and the purchasing officer, so I'd been able to access the info needed. Survival kicked in. As I was part of the original management team, I had the original accounts that were audited as part of the CDC and IMF funding for the NGO. In the 18 months, I accumulated information on the losses being shown and the missing money going offshore into private accounts, and not the head office accounts. You see, these two did not respect women or the locals. They assumed that what was being done would not be picked up. If they had bothered to understand who they employed in the office, they would have found that the purchase officer and the accounting supervisor were qualified accountants with close links to government, as well as the banks, and they were, you're right, women. I had explained to the secretary, the accountant, and the purchasing officer that there would be a time when we needed evidence to safeguard money and people's livelihood. So the files had been building from their 6 months to now a year later. I talked to Ed and gave him the evidence we'd been accumulating. It was what Ed needed. Nob calls me to the office to tell me that I'm redundant with immediate effect. He also stated that for me to be able to stay in the country to sort out my family, I would now owe the company rent that was twice my given allowance. I lost it. I literally turned around and explained that in less than 24 hours, Nob would have no future, his family would have no future. No matter where they run, they would be found. I already knew this to be true, as Ed already had the wheels in motion. This time, the group chairman walks in on my heated conversation together with the IMF representative and Bond in tow. Nob was fired on the spot, loaded onto a plane with an international warrant for fraud. The IMF pursued this fully. Nob was screwed. In this Southeast Asian country, a stain on your trustworthiness means you're untouchable. Bond didn't fare much better. He was locally arrested, denied access, fined, and the IMF did the same to him as what had happened to Nob. Only difference was that Bond willingly ratted Nob for all he was worth. As for me, the company limped along, but I no longer trusted anyone from that group. Myself and my husband found employment in another regional country. This time, both of us had work permits and airtight contracts. No one will ever screw us over or make us feel like slaves. The message was, do not threaten my children or my family. I will destroy you by waiting until you hang. Not proud, just realistic. If you were in a company and you internally had the ability to see this pile of poop growing bigger and bigger, getting smellier and smellier with the financials, and it might put your livelihood at stake, would you be doing all you could to expose all of the fraud going on behind? Or would you be afraid of the potential retaliation of something like that? I mean, you're talking about people that are moving around and getting a lot of money on the side. I'd be interested to hear what you guys think. Heck hath no fury like me scorned. This story starts 31 years ago, but the revenge part was pure serendipity that began 2 years ago. I'm going to shorten most parts because it's a crazy ride, but I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have. I learned a ton on this journey, and part of the reason for this write-up is to share that with others. The beginning. In 1990, when I was just out of middle school, and my sister was still in elementary, my dad met his third wife at the only gas station in our town. They soon moved in together, and my dad abandoned us in our basement apartment to live on a shanty houseboat that didn't run to live with her. He would show up every other week and give me $40 for groceries. Eventually, someone figured out the situation and called my mom. We went to live with her, which was, believe it or not, worse. My dad and his shanty wife got married in 1991. Not long after, she called me and told me my dad's brain tumor had returned, it hadn't, and that he couldn't handle the stress of being around us. That the only people he could bear to be around was her and her son, Shorty, who was my age. When I called my dad to ask if this was true, he said it wasn't, and he just couldn't believe that she would say that to begin with. That was one of our last conversations until 2 years ago. The middle, there's not much in this part. I worked my way through college, living in my car from time to time. My dad and I were no contact, but I heard from family that he'd bought a house and put his son through some vocational classes. When my grandmother died, Shorty and Shanny Wife showed up in a truck and took all the furniture and anything else that wasn't tied down or already gone. Eventually, I went no contact with my dad's side of the family. I struggled for years, decades really, but I made it. And I have a great job and a good family now. The best revenge is living well, right? The pre-end warm-up. 2 years ago, October 2019, I got a call from my dad's brother, Alan. He told me my dad was in a nursing home in another state. Great! And I needed to go see him because he needed my help. What the freak? Shorty had ghosted him. Ah ha 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 ha. The nursing home coincidentally was about 20 minutes from my house. And I saw an opportunity and I went. The reunion was underwhelming. I didn't want to make amends, but I did want to hear how he wound up dumped and all alone in another state. And it was a really good story. Shanny Wife got lung cancer and put my dad in a nursing home before she died in 2017. She suffered and I was happy to hear it, but sad it wasn't butt cancer. Shorty became his power of attorney, POA, when she died and had been visiting my dad, living in my dad's house with his 2 children and taking care of my dad's affairs since his mom died. But now he was MIA and my dad was worried about him. He asked me to drive the hour and a half to his house to check on everything. That's all he wanted. He never even asked me how I'd been. I agreed to go, I think out of morbid curiosity. I'd never even been to my dad's house. I did want to see where he lived with his real family for 30 years. I wanted to see what could have been my life. It was 50 shades of freaking awful. The grass hadn't been cut all summer. You couldn't get to the front door for the overgrowth. There were 3 pickup trucks in the yard, 2 were full of trash. Cabs and beds and back seats, just trash. Mail, clothes, paper, shoes, garbage bags. I couldn't understand it. My dad's handicapped modified SUV was on 4 flats and full of garbage too. I didn't have a key, so I just walked around. From what windows I could look through, the inside was in shambles and hoarded to heck. On the front and carport doors were dozens of notices from the city that they were going to condemn the place. The carport was also hoarded. Boxes and boxes stacked on each other, most rotting from the rain. The yard was full of garbage, broken Christmas ornaments, more shoes, rusted tools, old toys. There was a letter in the mailbox notifying him that since the house was abandoned, mail wouldn't be delivered anymore. That night, I googled powers of attorney and how to use them. I went back the next day and showed my bedbound dad the pictures on my phone. He vowed to beat Shorty's butt, then asked me to help more. I told him I would, but he'd have to sign power of attorney over to me. All of it, durable, financial, and medical. If he didn't, he could figure this stuff out by himself. He agreed, so I set about finding a lawyer who would drive to another state and do the paperwork in the nursing home. Bless that lawyer for being so good at his job, because all I did was tell him what I knew, and he put together a beautifully bulletproof power of attorney. It was full of stuff I didn't even know I would need. He also filed the paperwork to revoke Shorty's POA, and now I'm unstoppable. We're from a small rural town, and it's the kind of creepy, landlocked place that, no matter how long you've been gone or how far away you've been, when you go back, you'll see someone you know. Even if you don't know you know them, it's like playing 7 degrees of everybody all the time. It's suffocating, but it can also be helpful. The beginning of the end. I got to work the next morning. I didn't know how scorched the earth would be when I finished, and I didn't want Shorty or anyone from his prolific inbred family trying to find me, so I made sure nothing I did had my name on it. I opened a Google account for my dad and got a Google number. I opened a P.O. box for him in his town. I put in a mail forwarding notice. I pulled his credit report. I took the power of attorney to my dad's small town bank, changed the address on his accounts, and got new account numbers. I requested copies of every transaction back to the day Shanny Wife had died, about 13 months worth. I had to go to the main branch 2 hours away from my house the next day to pick the records up. I sat in the lobby all afternoon going through the account. I cornered a service rep and got a crash course in his debits and deposits. This is when I figured out the extent of Shorty's staggering stupidity. My dad got about $5,000 a month in disability and Social Security every month. Twice a week, Shorty was going into a branch and withdrawing cash, all of the cash, for 13 months. And every time he did it, as the POA, he had to sign a form stating that he was acting on behalf of my dad, and that the form was notarized by the bank. I went through every withdrawal and got the bank to confirm that every one of them was made by Shorty. Then I went to the house and called a locksmith. I knew it was bad, but I had no idea what was waiting there for me. He got the first door open, and the stench rolled out like a fog bank. We both gagged. 2 locks later, I was so embarrassed by what he had to see and smell, I gave him a $60 tip. And with my shiny new keys in hand, I called the cops. I told them that I was power of attorney for my dad, was checking on his house, and there were 3 vehicles there that didn't belong to him. He asked me if I knew who they belonged to. I said no, and I wanted them towed. He told me to call a tow company and he'd meet them there. They showed up with 2 wreckers. The tow truck guy got out and asked me for a signature. I only signed my first name. As I was signing, he asked, "Do you know Shorty?" Running on pure hatred at this point, I surprised myself. "Do you?" I asked. He said he did and that he's a jerk. I responded, "He might be. Hey, can you do me a favor? If you see him, will you tell him OP's coming for him?" His bravado evaporated. He knows a crazy witch when he sees one. They towed the trucks. When everyone was gone, I opened the door in the carport to peek in. The sun was going down and it was dark in the house. I heard something faint, and after some seconds realized it was the roaches and the rats doing their roach and rat stuff. I could smell it all in my hair. I sat on the carport steps and watched the sun go down. I was mad, just so cosmically livid that 72 hours was all it took to dissolve 3 decades. And here I was, thinking and listening to the rats and cleaning everyone else's crap up, taking time away from my family, and for what? I had a coming to Jesus with myself. I could either bow out now or double down. And the thing is, I'm tenacious to a gosh darn fault. I had to be to survive, and this was a bone I couldn't put down. The thought of Shorty's life being upended, his only source of income probably disappearing literally overnight, and my dad having to hear secondhand from me that he's broke and alone made me absolutely giddy. I desperately wanted them both to lose what they had left. So, I decided I was going to triple dog down. That night, I Googled restraining orders. And it was surprisingly easy to get one. I went to the courthouse in my hometown, went to the clerk's office, and told her I needed a restraining order. I filled the form in at a rickety little table while I was there. I wasn't prepared to see a judge that day, but she took the form and said, "Okay, I'll see if the judge is still here." That kind of scared me. She took me to his chambers, and as I was waiting, I looked around and saw he had certificates of appreciation hanging up from various veterans groups. Then I wiped my palms and thought, fish in a freaking barrel. He asked about my dad's stint in the Marines and about the Department of Defense office logo on my sweater. I'm a contractor. He read the form and granted the temporary order. I would have to go back for the permanent one, where Shorty would be able to argue against it. Then I went home and Googled biohazard companies and elder abuse statutes in my state. I hired a biohazard company to shovel all the crap out of the house for $7 grand. I would have paid double. They found my dad's mummified dog under some pizza boxes in the master bedroom. They sent me pictures and salvaged some papers. Shorty was served during this time, and a hearing was set. I got to work collecting and documenting stuff. I made pictures and spreadsheets and timelines with cross-references because screw it. Now they had my full attention. The paid versions of Truthfinder and Trello seriously got me through all of this. In my spare time, I went to the nursing home and gave my dad 8x10 copies of the pictures of his dead dog from every angle. Before court, I went to the police station nearby and told them I wanted to report an elder abuse crime. A white-collar detective came out and told me it was a domestic matter, and that since Shorty had been power of attorney, everything he had done was legal. And this was the day I got to teach a small-town detective about the fiduciary responsibilities of a power of attorney. Thanks, Google. I handed him a copy of the statute with the applicable sections highlighted. Then I handed him a thick folder with bank statements, pictures of the hoarded house and dead dog, a copy of my dad's credit report that showed he was tens and tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and a spreadsheet listing every cash withdrawal with a running total of the stolen amounts. The grand total was just over $130,000 in cash. That's not including the lost value of the house or the credit cards he opened and used. I told him he could keep the folder since it wasn't the only one I had. Then I told him that I would wait for a case number, and I sat down. He came back about 30 minutes later and apologized, said I had a case, and gave me a case number. The mods asked me to remove the YouTube link, but sing the Doors' song, "This Is the End," as you read this part. There were other people there and I had to wait my turn. That stupid jerk schlepped his sloppy butt into the courtroom by himself and obviously, literally, non-metaphorically, dirty. His shoes were untied and that turned my giggle box over. Then it was our turn and we stood up. The same judge asked me some questions, asked him some questions, and asked me if I had any proof. I had a very thick folder of it. The judge asked me if I had gone to the police. Well, yes, sir, I have. Do you have a case number? As a matter of fact, the order was granted permanently and for life, but not before the judge halted proceedings and told Shorty he needed a lawyer. Someone told me that the courthouse would have a copy of my dad's DD-214 discharge papers, so while I was there, I got a copy of those because why not? I also used my power of attorney to take Shanty wife off the deed to the house. That way, if my dad died and it went into probate, Shorty had no immediate claim. I also went and got copies of my dad's birth certificate and Shanty wife's death certificate. Technically, stepchildren can't request that info, but the clerk who waited on me recognized my dad's name and told me she lost her virginity to my Uncle Alan in the 60s and went to my grandparents' funeral. So I got all the forms I wanted. Shanty wife left my dad $50,000 in life insurance. About $35,000 of that was left since Shorty was spending my dad's money and not his mom's. So I opened up an Ally account and transferred every penny over. Then I set up recurring transfers for the monthly deposits. At any given time, there was no more than $100 in his account. I also found a house flipper that paid me enough for the house to pay off his mortgage. That's the thing about the probate. There's nothing to fight over if there's nothing there. And I made sure there was freaking nothing there. My dad died thinking he still owned a house. Speaking of which, this is about the time I found my dad's life insurance policies. They were up to date and Shanty wife was the beneficiary. My power of attorney didn't allow me to change beneficiaries, but it allowed me to assign them, and since Shanty wife was dead, there was technically no beneficiary. This is where the death certificates came in handy. I assigned my sister and me as beneficiaries. Irrevocable too, which means that the only way to change that is for my dad and me and my sister to agree to it. I kept my dad in the dark about all this. The only thing he ever really knew about was the restraining order and his dead dog. I found out that he had purchased the gravesite next to Shanty wife and wanted to be buried next to her. That was just never going to freaking happen. I googled national cemeteries and found out he qualified to be in one since he was a disabled Vietnam-era veteran, so I arranged for that instead. All the cherries on top, my dad died in June this year and I was there. He's buried in a national cemetery far away where no one will ever go visit him. The only obituary I ran was on the funeral home's website, and that's only for insurance purposes. I wrote it as vague as possible. There was no service, his urn is purple, the color he hated most. I got a call in August from the prosecutor's office in my hometown. The lady on the other end is married to my first cousin, because of course she is. That's how it freaking works there. Shorty was arrested just after midnight on July 1st, was still in jail, and had been arraigned on felony elder abuse charges. He's facing 10 years in the federal pound me in the butt prison. She told me not to expect a trial anytime soon, as it can take up to 3 years for that to happen. I told her that was awesome since the uncertainty will hopefully haunt him. And after all that, he's still got prison to look forward to. He lost his kids, He lost his dad. I'm spending his mom's cancer money. He lost his free house and trucks. He has no credit and will never be able to get any sort of decent job, and will, hopefully for a long time, not be able to find a decent place to live. And I sleep like a freaking baby. So considering his dad literally abandoned him, and then Shorty was basically turning around and doing the same thing from the dad and stealing all the money for himself, do you think everything OP did here was going over the line or too far? Or do you think the lifelong desertion and everything else makes it more than fair? Insult me in front of my staff? Say goodbye to your family's political career. Note 1. Names, characters, and places are changed for privacy reasons. Note 2. This is a revenge story of my father, not mine, and was told to me by my dad's friend Rob. Note 3. This story took place in the late 1990s to early 2000s. Note 4. I'll be using US dollars instead of my country's currency, which is way lower than USD. Background. I live in an economically developing nation. Used to be heavily dependent on agriculture produce for economic activity. My grandfather was a farmer, and he wanted his children to get educated and get a government job. So my dad got his master's from the only university we had in our region. Since most people study from the same university and get government jobs, everyone in government offices knew one another in some way or the other. My dad was offered the position of officer in charge of our home state for the agriculture department, and had around 40 people working under him. His task was to take care of agriculture and its related activities and acted as advisor to the local farming community via local newspapers. During the 1980s and early 1990s, our country had long droughts and famines. The then government decided to create 2 different government agencies to take care of food security. One agency will take care of buying and storing food grains, and another agency was tasked to enable building the infrastructure for food security. Dad was attached to the agency which was tasked with infrastructure. His agency's job was to give grants for anyone building infrastructure for food security. His duty was given the task of providing grants to anyone who's building warehouses for storing food. His job was to review the entire warehouse from planning to construction that can store food and provide a third of the project cost as a grant and subsidy to people who build it. This was the time when my country was doing all the stuff on paper. No computers, only typewriters in government offices, and no cell phone. Your options were limited to a fixed telephone line and fax or copying machines, which were mind-blowing technology for my dad, which were new to government offices. My dad used to do tons of paperwork in the office, reading through stuff, adding remarks, writing stuff. Add to that, you had postal service that took somewhere between 7 to 10 days to have your mail delivered to the nearest town or city. Yeah, those were the times my dad lived. The story. In the late 1990s, my dad was doing his work at his office when a commotion at the office entrance gets my dad's attention. He sees from the office window where 10 expensive cars are parked, and a group of thugs holding the collar security personnel while warning them with long sticks and knives. My country didn't have armed security for government buildings back then. Security folks usually had small sticks. There were several unauthorized people who were entering the building. You see, people were not allowed inside any government office unless they state the purpose to the officer in charge and the officer permits the security to allow them. Suddenly, Bill and his men walk into my dad's office, pushing my dad's staff away. Bill introduces himself and mentions that he's the brother-in-law of Jack, the senator from our region, and calls himself one of the most powerful people in the region. He sits in my dad's chair and then drinks coffee and eats the cookies that were ordered from my dad, which were kept on his desk. Bill informs the men to go easy on my dad's staff as they start to drink coffee and eat cookies that were meant for the employees. Bill tells my dad that he's there to discuss availing the grant the government provides to a project that he was planning. My dad at times is submissive to people in the position of power, as he's seen the consequences firsthand, as some of his friends lost jobs or lives standing against powerful people. So, Dad asks for details of the project Bill was planning and asks him to send over the project proposal and an official request for the grant to him for reviewing, and informed Bill that the grant cannot be processed until the project is completed. Bill gets angry that any proposal for the project is enough to qualify for a grant and should be paid up front for the project construction. My dad tells him how grants work, and the project should be completed in order to qualify for the grant. Bill, pissed by this point, yells at my dad and his office staff about how government officials were educated morons running the country into a grave. Bill takes all the necessary forms and applications from my dad and leaves the office furiously. Since no incidents happened, my dad didn't bother much about the incident. A few weeks go by, and my dad receives a huge set of documents via the Postal Service, and you might have guessed it, those documents were related to Bill's project. Going through those documents, my dad identifies that they came from Dave, a consultant who was doing the work on behalf of Bill, and the documents further reveal that the warehouse proposed in the region was big enough to hold enough food grains to feed a population equivalent for 2 states for an entire year. The proposed project would cost them $1.5 billion, and once completed, it would cost the government $300 million in grants. This was a huge amount for Dad to handle. Till that time, the largest project he ever reviewed for providing government grants was $50 grand. That's total project cost, not the grant. Building such infrastructure would mean that any other warehouse existing or to be built in the region would be rendered useless. He quickly called his boss, asking him what he was supposed to do. His boss quickly looks at the rules and tells my dad that since there was no upper limit on the size of warehouse or project costs, the only thing they could do was to review and process the application, and if everything checks out, they might end up with $300 million in grant money. Since his boss okayed processing the application, my dad further reviewed the project proposal to identify that the warehouse was specifically designed for industrial use and not for storing food grains. Dad was confused, so he gives a call to Dave. Dave informs my dad that he was hired to plan for a warehouse for industrial, and there might be some confusion over the details, and Dave promises that he would fix it and not reject the application based on those terms. Unsure of the details, he decides to process the application and sends a note to Dave that the government would be reviewing the application, and once the project's completed, he should be informed about project completion, and my dad would visit the premises and give final approval after reviewing. And it would take another 3 to 6 months' time to get grant money as a check from the government after the review process is done. 2 years go by. Dave comes to my dad's office in an expensive luxury SUV and dares the security personnel to stop him if they want to keep their job. Dave then rushes to my dad's cabin and asks my dad if he was available on that day to visit the premises and give final approval for the project. Unsure who Dave was, he asks for clarification and why he would need to do approval today. Dad also informs Dave that there's a lot of documentation work that he needs to prepare before visiting the warehouse to give final approval. That would take at least 2 days for my dad. Dave tries to reason with my dad that he came from a far-off city and he couldn't stay for long to get this completed. My dad again tells Dave that 2 days is the minimum it would take to get documentation ready. Dave now angrily informs my dad that he represents Bill and Jack, and the warehouse needs to be inspected today or he'll lose his job. Dad wasn't buying it, told him again 2 days or forget it. Dave leaves the office, warning my dad that he'll face consequences. Dad calls his boss, informing him what had happened, and the boss tells my dad to take priority and inspect the warehouse at the earliest. 2 days later, my dad visits the warehouse and, to his surprise, he sees Dave on location. The first thing my dad noticed about the warehouse was it was not built for food grains, or any agricultural produce for that matter. It was built for industrial purposes. Dave gives my dad a tour of the entire warehouse, explaining to him how state-of-the-art it was for the time. My dad takes note of every detail of the warehouse and informs Dave that the grant can't be approved due to the fact that the warehouse was not constructed with storing agricultural produce in mind, and no one with a sound mind would overlook that fact to approve the grant. Dave starts yelling and accusing my father that he was looking for a bribe by withholding their grant, and that my dad would only approve the grant once he gets paid off. Bill and Jack are being targeted for making money off them. None of that was true about my dad. He was an honest man his entire life. My dad leaves the warehouse unsure of what he could do to get out of this situation. The next thing my dad was super confused about is why Bill had built an industrial warehouse in the middle of nowhere, and only the major activity in the region was farming. So he decides to call up Rob and asks him a few questions about how Rob's government agency, constructing and building permits, has provided. Rob takes a couple of days to identify some horrific realities. First, the plans of the warehouse showcase and request permits to be an industrial complex for storing manufacturing goods. Bill bribed his way through Rob's agency and got environmental clearance and other permits without conforming to standards. He was also able to identify a report for building completion that forwarded agency's requests for considering for storing food grains. Last but not least, he was able to find a construction tax bill submitted to the agency stating the construction cost of the warehouse is around $300 million, along with plans of creating an industrial zone for the region that was proposed to the Senate by Jack. This was news to my dad and Rob. They were shocked to know how Bill and Dave were able to inflate the cost of the warehouse, and they had plans to make the region a new industrial zone. My dad calls his boss and informs that Bill's project seems fishy, and he would reject the grant and forward him the documents once done. His boss tries to reason with him. It could be a career-ending move for the both of them. Jack was trying to put pressure from the leader of the agency to have the grant approved. Rob decides to dig around to see if he can get any more information and found the contract paper that was sent to the Food Procurement and Storing Agency, which raised several red flags. First, the contract stated an inflated rent for storing food grains. Then rent would be reviewed on a yearly basis based on market rate, and then the contract would make the agency pay for the next 15 years, irrespective of whether the agency stores food or not. Rob calls my dad with this information. Now, my dad, furious to know how Bill and Jack are planning to rob the government, decide to reject the grant for their project. A few days later, Bill turns up at my dad's office along with Dave in the same bashing manner he previously did, but now even more furious, asking my dad why he's not approving the grant for his project and why it's taking so much time. Dad tries to calmly reason with him, stating it was not built as per norms, so he won't be able to approve. Bill turns red and fuming with anger. He said he can throw around as much money my dad wanted to have his signature on the documents approving the grant. My dad refused and said that it's a crime to bribe an officer. Bill goes on to tell my dad that he lives in a mansion filled with escort girls and can have as many as he likes. Dad refuses again. Bill now threatens my dad, saying he could get him out of his job and replace someone else in the same position who could do the job for him. Again, my dad firmly tells Bill that he can do whatever the heck he wants to do, but my dad would not approve the grant. This goes as a shouting match for around 3 hours in front of the entire office staff, but my dad didn't budge. Bill starts swearing to my father, telling him that he's impotent to pass up an offer of having sex with the cheapest escort Bill has, which would cost my dad his entire year's salary to hire such an escort for a day. He also goes on yelling about how my dad's parents might have abandoned him as a child, who refuses to bring fortune to his family. My dad had had enough of Bill at this point and asks Bill to leave his office. In the last attempt to threaten my dad, Bill asks his thugs to take care of him and leaves the office along with Dave. Bill's thugs threaten my dad at knife point, stating he needs to sign those papers, otherwise he would end up dead in a pile of rotten garbage. They also tell him that they'll wait for 1 month and they expect those papers signed after that. The thugs then go on to ransack the entire office before leaving, and also threaten the staff to make sure his boss signs those darn papers approving the grant. My dad calls Rob and informs him of what had happened and asks him to fax all the documents collected so far with respect to Bill's project, and he would be asking for those documents officially. Rob asks my dad what his intention of using these documents and plans were. My dad says, "I'm going to take them down and I had enough from them." Rob tells my dad not to do anything crazy in the heat of the moment, but assured that he would send those details to my dad. The same day, Rob faxes my dad around 2,000 documents. My dad then calls up his boss to inform him that he would be going on a 10-day vacation. By the end of the day, my dad leaves the office with all the documents related to Bill's project and fax documents from Rob and heads home. For the next 10 days, my dad sits at home going through every document, evidence he's gathered with the help of Rob, and drafts his grant rejection letter with lots of details, as he didn't want to leave a chance that anyone who could replace him or higher up above him to reject his comments on the project and approve the grant. After the vacation, he goes back to the office and the staff were surprised to see him, and were thinking Bill's men abducted him since he didn't inform anyone about his vacation plans. The same day, my dad asks his assistant to mail the documents to his boss as a confidential report. His assistant takes the documents and heads to the nearest postal office. At the same moment, Bill's men comes to my dad's office to check with him if he had signed the documents or not, and he would be in serious trouble if it's not done. My dad lies to them and says that he's approved the grant, and his assistant has just gone to mail those documents to his boss for processing, and would take up to 3 months for the grant to arrive. My dad also tells them to inform Bill that everything has been taken care of and there's nothing to worry about anymore, so that my dad won't be bothered by Bill or his men any further. A week later, my dad's boss furiously calls and asks my dad about the grant rejection letter he sent him and how crazy my dad was, which could end up having both of them killed. My dad assures his boss that he's taken care of everything, including Bill and Jack, and there's nothing to worry about. All he has to do is hold on to those documents for a month or so. A month or so later, a local newspaper breaks a story of how Jack was corrupt to the hilt, and Bill was a partner in his crimes. The same morning, Bill's arrested from his mansion half naked and totally drunk, along with a lot of escort girls. Bill was charged with corruption, bribery, sex racketeering, money laundering, and murder. Bill's men were also arrested for murder and sentenced for life along with Bill. Jack was arrested for corruption, bribery, intimidation, and abuse of power. Jack made bail but never won the election again, eventually retiring from politics. A decade later, Bill testified against Jack for the crimes they both committed, and Jack was sentenced to 15 years in jail. Dave was also charged with bribery, forgery, and money laundering. Dave fled the country to escape jail time. No one knows for sure where he is now. The police are still looking for him. No one ever knew how that happened to Bill and Jake, except Rob and my dad. The revenge. You see, my dad took 10 days vacation, not just to hide from Bill's men, but he was planning to execute his perfect plan for revenge against Bill. He systematically documented every ounce of evidence he had and drafted a comprehensive report against Bill and Jack on how they planned to cheat the government and have the government cough up money for nothing. Remember when he asked his assistant to mail the documents to his boss? He actually had mailed 4 copies of those documents. One for his boss for rejection of grant. The second one was to the agency that was planning to store good grain in Bill's warehouse, proposing to blacklist his property for non-compliance with standards. The third and fourth mails were sent as an anonymous tip to a federal agency equivalent of the FBI. Let's call it XBI. And to an investigative journalist from a local newspaper. XBI was also informed that a copy was sent to the local newspaper. XBI and the investigative journalist did their own investigation and found that the money put into the warehouse project was Jack's entire stash of money of what he got through bribes, commissions, and favors for doing things while he was in power. This money was then laundered by Bill through a network of entities to fund the warehouse project and cook the books to inflate the project cost to get his money back from the government as a grant in a legal form. The journalist also uncovered some government officials were murdered by Bill and his men for not doing what Bill asked them to do, and handed the evidence over to the XBI. It took them a month to investigate and identify all the pieces of the puzzle to nab Bill and Jack. Neither XBI nor the journalist were able to find out who sent those documents to them. My dad's boss took an early retirement, and Dad became the director of the agency. He worked for a few years and then later eventually retired 15 years after this incident. Rob retired a year later and narrated this entire story to our family at his retirement party. I still see the abandoned warehouse whenever I travel to my hometown from the city where I work. All I can say is it took some seriously massive almonds to stand up to people like that. Not all heroes wear capes, and somebody like this that cracked such a big scandal, and even when the thought of having a bunch of money go their way was offered, the thought of losing their job and career was on the line, and then ultimately being told their life was on the line. They held on and stuck it through and made sure these people got the downfall they deserved. If you wound up in a situation like that, would you just go along with it, concerned for either your job or your safety? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. What's his most prized possession? I will destroy it. This happened back in 1989. The story involves my stepdad, dad, biological dad, Donald Duck, and my sister, Sis. The person who exacted the revenge has passed now, so it should be safe to relate. I hope it meets the requirement for nuclear revenge. It is a revenge that would warrant prison time, I believe. I was living outside the country when this happened, so my sister relayed all of this information to me about a year after it happened. We recently got together again and went over the events again. My biological parents married when they were very young, and Donald Duck was still in law school. The marriage lasted long enough to produce 2 children. They didn't waste time in those days. My sister, who's 14 months my elder, and myself. They were divorced before I was born. Donald was a serial cheater, a pathological liar, and a total jerk. He still is, at least, a liar and a jerk. He's in his mid-70s now, so maybe not so much with the cheating. The fact that he's still working as a lawyer, I think, is indicative that he was never a good one, as he evidently doesn't have enough to retire. I've looked up reviews on him online, and it's funny to see that the most reviewers say that he's not only a terrible lawyer, but a horrible person. When Sis was 22, she was a single mother, and my nephew, her son, was around 3. Her company transferred her to another state. She discovered that Donald Duck lived in a town near her new work location, and thought that he might be able to help her get her bearings in a new place. For a short time when we were teenagers, he had some sporadic involvement in our lives after moving to a neighboring city. It was mostly him trying to impress us with how cool and rich he thought we should think he was. So, though it had been a few years since she'd seen them, it's not like they were complete strangers. In any case, Donald Duck agreed to let Sis move into his apartment with him, his girlfriend at the time, of course, many years his junior, and her 9-month-old child, not Donald's, until she was able to find her own place. He also offered to allow her to keep her belongings in his storage unit. Sis took him up on this offer. Never did Donald Duck make any reference to being paid for the use of the storage unit or paying for utilities at the apartment. Sis stayed 3 months and did her best to get out as quickly as she could and as far as she could once she became more familiar with the area. Living with him was hard. Did I mention he was a jerk? And her young son would find us pregnant lady porno mags around the apartment. This is obviously pre-internet. Mr. Duck's young girlfriend was able to help with babysitting, something Sis paid her for. So Sis gets her own apartment, but all of her things, her son's toys, furniture, her furniture, household items, everything but her own bed was still in the storage unit. So she called him to figure out how she could get her things back, but he seemed to want to hang on to them for some reason. He said, "You owe girlfriend money for babysitting, and you can't get your things back until you pay her." She said, "Have you talked to her? I've paid her everything I owed her." He puts down the phone and talks to the girlfriend, and she confirms that she's been paid. He then says, "Well, you owe 1/3 of the utilities for the time you were here." She reminded him that he had never said anything about that. He gets a little heated and she's feeling desperate and angry, and shouts an accusation of something he did to her when she was very young. A totally different story. He responds, "Have you ever told anyone that?" She says no. He says, "If you ever do, I'll wring your freaking neck." And the conversation ends. She had given up and thought she would never see her things again. About 20 minutes later, she gets a call from an acquaintance who had actually gone on 1 or 2 dates with Donald before she met my sister. He tells Sis that Mr. Duck had just called her, asking if Sis had told her anything that he might have done to Sis, hinting at the accusation Sis had made. Sis had never told anyone, and the acquaintance told Donald as much. Sis later calls my stepdad, whom we've always considered to be our dad. He's the only father we knew growing up, and he was in the picture since before we were old enough to remember. He married my mom when I was an infant, and my sister a toddler. They were married 40 years until my mom's death. The guy absolutely had a lot of faults, passed on in 2017, and we often felt better when he wasn't around, but he tried, and it's not easy raising someone else's kids. And he was our dad as far as we were concerned. He actually legally adopted us. He had a lot of issues, but he absolutely hated to see someone be taken advantage of because they were in a weaker position. In other words, he hated a bully, and Donald Duck was being a bully. When I was in the first grade, I rode a school bus with middle and high school students. There were a couple of kids who would bully me. When he found out, he confronted the bully's dad, and it ended. Another time, I was in the third grade and driving somewhere with him in his pickup around town, and he saw two young teenagers destroying a bicycle that he assumed they had stolen. He stopped and confronted them with his big framing hammer, a Vaughan 16-ounce. I have one like it in his honor. Years later, he broke my mom out of a mental institution by threatening the director, or some doctor, I'm not sure, I was young, with that same hammer. Yes, we were a fun family. Anyway, when Sis calls him explaining that Donald Duck is holding all of her possessions hostage and she doesn't know what to do, he tells her that he knows several Crips who would be happy to rough him up and wouldn't even want to be paid. They would do it for pleasure. Dad was very bothered that Donald was keeping his grandson's things from him and wanted to hurt Mr. Duck. Sis declines his offer. He then asks her, what's the thing that he values most in this world? She responds, his car. His car at that point was a Porsche he had purchased new just a few years before. It wasn't quite the absolute entry-level model, but pretty close. Of course, he had all kinds of arguments about why it was actually better than the more expensive ones. Obviously, it was red. Dad was trying to come up with a way not only to get revenge, but to scare Mr. Duck enough to force him to give Sis back her things. Sis said she was fine with whatever he wanted to do if it got back her belongings, but wanted to make sure none of it could be traced back to her. Nothing happens until about a month later, and Donald Duck calls Sis out of the blue as if nothing had ever happened and asks, hey, when would you like to come get your things? How about this Saturday? Evidently, he had some change of heart that is unexplained to this day. She said, sure. She didn't trust him, so she didn't want to go alone. She was able to get a male friend to go with her. She gets a U-Haul and just picks up her stuff and gets out. That very evening, she tried several times to call Dad to let him know that she got her things back and all was well. No need for any drastic measures. But it was too late. The wheels had been set in motion. He never answers the phone. Remember, this is pre-cell phone days, so when you're not at home, you don't answer. Sis calls Mom, who was living separately from Dad for a time. It's complicated, telling her that she can't reach Dad. Mom says Dad is sick, and that's probably why he's not answering the phone. At 11:30 p.m., Sis gets a call from Donald's girlfriend who asks her, what are you doing? Sis replies, I'm at home in bed. Why? She responds, someone just blew up Donald's car. Sis's heart drops. She obviously knows who did it. The police ask Donald Duck who would want to do this to him, and he answers Sis's name. So she becomes suspect number 1. Sis asks girlfriend if Donald is scared. Girlfriend says yes, they're spending the night in a hotel. Fortunately, the call from girlfriend to Sis just a few minutes after the explosion gave Sis her alibi. Sis lived over 30 minutes away and could not have answered her home phone if she'd been the one to ignite the bomb. The bomb did its job well. It turned the Porsche into an unrecognizable wreck, taking out the adjacent car. The Porsche was parked at the end of the carport, so there was only one car parked next to it, and destroyed many feet of the carport above both cars. I'm guessing the tank in the Porsche was near full. Just after Sis gets off the phone, she calls Mom, telling her that someone blew up Mr. Duck's car and she thinks it was Dad. While she's on the phone with Mom, another call comes in. Call waiting, a fancy feature in the days of landlines. It's Dad. He says mysteriously, there's a box outside your door. Bring it in. You never talk to me tonight. Sis is a little afraid to open the box, but it turns out just to be some of her son's items that he had left with his grandpa, clothes and toys. Months later, at Christmas, Sis asked Dad about it and he confessed. Turns out he was really sick physically when he pulled that stunt. Sis was touched that he would go to so much effort and risk jail time for her, all while being ill. She asked him if he was scared driving back. He said yes, and that every headlight behind him he took to be a cop until he reached the state line. Sis found out from girlfriend that the cop said the job was very amateur, certainly not the work of a professional. But hey, it did the job. Dad told Sis that he had asked a coworker who was once a member of the aforementioned Crips about how to make a car bomb, and she instructed him. He always did love blowing things up. When I was 13, we bonded over crumpling up the old colored sparklers into powder. I don't think they make the colored ones anymore, but they burned hotter. Funneling the powder into a spent CO2 cartridge, using another sparkler as a fuse, and making bombs powerful enough to blow up those old metal milk cans that hold a few gallons. It was the 4th of July. Anyway, Sis says it was some sort of Molotov cocktail stuffed into the tailpipe, but I'm not sure how that would work. My idea of a Molotov cocktail is a 750 milliliter sized bottle, like a wine bottle or a fifth of booze, which would not fit into the tailpipe of a 4-cylinder Porsche. I wouldn't think. I'm guessing the diameter is no more than 2 inches, not big enough to fit such a bottle. Maybe he used a smaller bottle or simply a smaller container of some kind. Not a bottle filled with something very ignitable. I truly regret not discussing it with him personally, but we weren't close since I left home. If you didn't need him, he had a hard time having a relationship with you. Plus, I was married to a woman for many years who kept me from my parents and siblings, so I don't have better details. Thank God that 25-year marriage is over, and my current wife loves my family. Sorry, but the story's true. One hilarious detail, Donald Duck continued to father offspring and date very young women. His current wife is my age exactly, and he has a daughter many years younger than my youngest child. A couple of years ago, I had a conversation with one of these half-sisters, a marvelous person despite half her DNA. Her mother was never married to Donald, and this sister is the age of my youngest daughter. I told her the story of the exploded Porsche. She found it very amusing because she says Donald loves to tell a story about how he was prosecuting some mob bosses and a couple of thugs came to his door trying to threaten him. Of course, being the big bad brave man he is, he didn't back down. And what was his reward? Those thugs blew up his car. I think it's hilarious that he tells this story to his children, but now they know the truth. He's the biggest BSer I've ever met. Also, due to Donald's allegation that it was my sister who blew up his car, what? Not mobsters, but a 22-year-old girl? The condo association or whatever tried to sue my sister for the damage to the carport. It came to naught. They were grasping at straws because there was no evidence, of course, but it did scare her and cause some anxiety. If somebody was withholding your items or somebody you care about dearly, would you be willing to risk that you could stay anonymous blowing their vehicle up to get it back? Or is that just way too much? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Word Nerd. Steal my meds? Enjoy divorce, jail, joblessness, and sleeping in your car. 16 years ago, I made a friend one day on the bus. Up until about a year ago, I considered this guy a member of my family. Let's call this guy Joel. So I keep a crystal bowl on the mantle above my fireplace, full of my medical marijuana. I started noticing that after poker night, my bowl seemed a lot emptier than it should. So I set up a camera to see which one of my guests was helping themselves when my back was turned. Next poker night, once everyone was gone, I pull up the video. There Joel was, plain as day, stuffing like $60 worth of my medication into his pocket. I sent him the video and told him he had to return my medication or pay for it. And I told him that if he chose to do neither, he should no longer consider me a friend. He denied it, even with the video staring him in the face. He said he hadn't taken anything. He even had the nerve to act offended by the fact that I accused him. So I decided to ruin his life. Over the years, he had told me a lot of things he didn't want his wife to know. Affairs, shady stuff he did with their joint funds, drug issues, terrible things he said about her, her mother, and her sister. I went back through all of our messages and took screenshots of everything secret he had ever said to me. There were over 70 pictures. I sent her the screenshots. Here are some examples of the kind of stuff that were in the screenshots. He admitted to cheating on her with 8 different women over the course of our friendship, taking money they were saving for a car and using it to buy drugs, specifically Xanax and perks, the fact that he was continuing to do drugs after he promised he was clean and sober to her, some of the things he said about her and her family. She's a vile, disgusting woman, and the reason they never make love is that he can't stand the smell in between her folds. He also said he was pretty sure she was assaulting her niece. He said that all of her friends only pretend to like her so they can buy oxys off her. Also, as I'm editing this, I just remembered that he said he wanted to get one of his side chicks pregnant because he'd always resented his wife for being infertile. Her sister is an insane harpy. Her sister abuses her kids. This is not true, but he said it. Her sister is faking her autoimmune disease for attention. Her mom is a fat, lazy cow who doesn't actually need to be in a wheelchair. She just likes not having to stand up or bathe herself, so she's malingering. There were more things, but that's what came to mind without me having to dig through the screenshots I sent. She filed for divorce and reported him to the police for the drugs he had in their house. While he was doing his 8 months in jail for the pot that he stole from me, his boss filled his position and he lost his job. His now ex-wife won't let him in their house. Now he lives in a car and showers at truck stops. I found out about the aftermath in parts. Some came from his ex-wife. She told me about the divorce, kicking him out, and getting him arrested. Some came from a guy Joel and I used to both be friends with, who works at the place Joel used to work. He told me about the job loss, car living, and the truck stop thing. I'm still on good terms with his ex-wife. I even sent her some enchiladas the other day for Cinco de Mayo. I also sent the video to all of our mutual friends, so he lost 90% of his social circle. I cut that other 10% out of my own life since they want to associate with known thieves. Birds of a feather. I don't think OP's friend realized how good they had it, having somebody like OP who was willing to just not rat them out, despite confiding a lot of stuff, like way too much. I'm willing to bet that OP was the one person their friend felt comfortable telling all this stuff to, and that one person they're gonna go and steal from, and then deny it? What's hilarious is that if they just owned up to it, their life and friendship might still exist. Sounds like OP's friend has a lot of personal issues. Newly hired youth minister got me kicked out of church for no reason. I found out he'd been screwing a deacon's wife, and I helped the deacon ruin his life. About 6 to 7 years ago, I was a ministerial student at a conservative Christian college. I had attended the same Bible-believing church since I was a small child. It was large, about 1,000 members, but not a mega church. This church had been an enormous part of my life for as long as I could remember. I played piano for the youth choir, preached at my children's church service, which was held in the church's chapel at the same time as the adult service, drove the church bus to pick up unchurched children, etc. ad infinitum. I did all of this for free, not even getting reimbursed for expenses. During my senior year in college, we got a new minister of music, education, and youth. This guy was as charming as an ice cream sundae with razor blades in it. I'll call him Mr. Charming. All of the deacons and their wives thought he walked on water. He was an authoritarian jerk. In his first meeting with the church youth group, he announced that he'd been hired to straighten out the youth group. One of his favorite sayings was, "When I tell my disciples jump, the only questions they get to ask are, how high and how far?" The adults loved him and the youth hated him. Within a few weeks, half of the high school and college students, i.e. all of those without parents in the church, had quit coming to church. Most youth directors would have gotten into trouble over this, but he had the audacity to proclaim, in front of the entire congregation in the Sunday morning worship service, that he had eliminated all of the thorny ground from the youth group, a reference to the parable of the sower in the Bible, and the pastor and all of the deacons loved him for it. He didn't waste any time going after what he really wanted, the pastor's job. The pastor, whom I'll call Pastor T, was about 60 years old. Within a few weeks of Mr. Charming's arrival, rumors started circulating about Pastor T's health. He was an avid runner and cyclist, and that he just didn't seem to be as mentally sharp as he used to be. He frequently quoted long Bible passages from the pulpit, entirely from memory without misstating a single word, sometimes in Greek or Hebrew. Worst of all, however, was the accusation that Pastor T was really too liberal for the church. In my denomination, it's the kiss of death to even be suspected of being a liberal. None of these accusations made any sense, but people kept talking about them. I have no idea why Pastor T didn't find out. Or maybe he did find out and was just too scared to do anything about it. In some denominations, like Catholic or Methodist, the denomination assigns pastors and priests. Not my church's denomination. Each church calls the minister. This guarantees that every pastor walks a razor's edge. The slightest slip, and you're out. You don't even have to slip. Maybe you even do the right thing and it still offends enough people. It doesn't take many, just a handful. If they hate you enough, then you're out. Or maybe, like Pastor T, some creep just lies about you and gets your job. And since the church often owns your house, the parsonage or manse, your entire family is suddenly homeless and destitute. Then I became a target. I still don't know why. A couple of months after starting to work for my church, Mr. Charming called me and informed me that my services are no longer needed. At youth choir, children's church, bus ministry, anywhere. In fact, he said he did not even want me to participate in any of these functions at all. Not even go to the Sunday morning worship service. I later found out that members of his family had been hired by the church at very nice rates of pay to perform these functions that I'd been doing for free. His wife got paid more for playing a beat-up piano at the 1-hour youth choir rehearsal than the main organist/pianist got paid for playing for adult choir rehearsal plus Sunday mornings and Sunday evenings when the youth choir sang. The wife could barely pick out the notes on a piano. This lady radiated bitterness, resentment, and repressed anger, but she rarely said anything. She just sat there and glared, which was somehow even creepier than when she spoke. I was very hurt emotionally, so I dropped by Pastor T's office and tearfully asked him what I'd done wrong. I couldn't get a straight answer, except he told me that people are saying things about me, and that if I wanted to get a good recommendation from him to our denomination's minister school, I'd better shut up and do what you're told. So I started asking all of my church friends what people were saying about me. Everyone said, "Well, I didn't want to tell you, and I don't believe it, but here's what I heard." According to the rumor mill, I had gotten my girlfriend pregnant and forced her to have an abortion. I haven't even had a girlfriend since junior high, and that I'd been arrested for possession of marijuana, and my dad had to pay a bunch of money to hush it up. I didn't even know what pot looked like. There were other rumors, but you get the idea. I did what Pastor T told me to. I never darkened the door of that church again. Except once, months later, see below. It hurt like heck. I devoted my life to that church since I was a little kid. But I had to have Pastor T's recommendation to get into the minister school I wanted to go to. And the pain was unbearable just driving by there. So I decided to keep my distance. But I started thinking about Mr. Charming. Anyone who was that evil had to have a past, and it probably wasn't a good one. I knew that just before working for my church, he had worked at a large church in the same denomination in a small town about 50 miles away. That church was actually about twice the size of my church. So he had moved from a big church to the same job at a smaller church? A bad career move? Running away from something? There was something rotten in Denmark, and it smelled like an opportunity for me. As luck would have it, one of my uncles and his family lived in that same small town, although none of my family attended Mr. Charming's former church. So I called one of my cousins, told her my story, and enlisted her as a co-conspirator. I'll call her Anne. The next Sunday morning, Anne and I attended Sunday school and morning worship at Mr. Charming's old church. Although Anne had never been a member of that church, it was a small town where everyone knew everyone, so she knew most of the people there. She started asking about Mr. Charming and got an earful. Every one of her friends said that Mr. Charming was a world-class creep. He would flirt with and even make suggestive comments to all of the girls in the youth group, even those in junior high. He was 40 plus years old and had a wife and 3 children of his own. And then there was the touching. Never anything obvious or illegal, but he loved to put his hands all over the young ladies whenever their parents weren't around. But just like at my former church, the adults loved him because he kept the youth in line. Our investigation went on for several weeks. I kept a low profile so as to not arouse suspicion. Mostly I just stood around, ate donuts, drank coffee, and talked about football. Anne did most of the work because she knew so many people, and it was perfectly natural for her to attend this church in her hometown, even if it wasn't the church she usually attended. After church was over, we would go to her house, have a delicious Sunday lunch cooked by my aunt, and then write down everything we had learned. By then, Anne's whole family were in on my investigation. They were as angry as I was about the way I'd been treated, and our weekly report made interesting lunchtime conversation. Within a few weeks, I was sure that all I had to do was drive a few of these young ladies and their parents, friends of my aunt and uncle, down to my old church, let them tell their stories to the parents of a few girls in the youth group, and Mr. Charming would become Mr. Unemployed. But it kept getting better and better, so Anne and I kept digging. And I really wanted to keep a low profile if I could, because I didn't want to piss off Pastor T any more than I had to. He knew a lot of people in the denomination, and he could easily ruin my ministerial career before it even started. Finally, after a month or so, Anne grabbed me by the sleeve and said, "You've got to hear this." She introduced me to a well-dressed, very large guy, maybe 30 to 35 years old. I'll call him Fred. We slipped off into a Sunday school room where we would not be overheard. It turned out that Mr. Charming had had a multi-year affair with Fred's wife. Fred had kept his cool when he found out, talked with a lawyer, and had spent months gathering evidence. Text messages, voicemails, emails, even photos and videos with Fred's wife and Mr. Charming in them. Apparently, Mr. Charming got stimulated by watching videos of himself doing the wild thing with Fred's wife. Then Mr. Charming would send the videos to Fred's wife, and they both would cyber hook up while texting each other. Later, they would hook up the old-fashioned way and make more videos. Finally, Fred confronted his wife. She denied everything, but the evidence was just too much. Fred told her he wanted a divorce, full custody of the children, their house, his retirement money, his business, her engagement and wedding rings, everything, even the dog. She hired a lawyer, but laws and courts being what they are in this rural Bible Belt county, her lawyer told her that if the judge saw the videos, she'd be lucky if she ended up in a homeless shelter with all of her worldly possessions under her bunk in a garbage sack. Then Fred turned his attention to Mr. Charming. Fred still sincerely loved his wife, and he was convinced that Mr. Charming had deliberately ruined his marriage. Taking Mr. Charming to court, suing him for loss of consortium, and otherwise making him legally miserable would take too long. This is the rural Deep South. Many people around here prefer a more direct approach. In rural counties, the police and any jury of your peers will probably include people who have known you since kindergarten. So if you have good reasons for your actions and you aren't too stupid about it, there's things you can do. Fred scheduled an appointment with Mr. Charming in his church office, who didn't suspect a thing because Fred was a deacon and his children were in the church youth group. Remember that I said Fred was big, 6 foot 6 inches at least, 300 pounds, and if there was an inch of fat on him, he hit it well. Looked like he could pull up a 100-foot oak tree by the roots without breaking a sweat. Fred told me that he brought several friends with him, and of course, the videos. One friend blocked the door, another unplugged the phone, a third one stood behind Mr. Charming and encouraged him to stay seated in his chair. Fred made Mr. Charming watch about 10 minutes of one of the videos, then calmly said, "I'm going to stand here and watch you pack up your stuff. Then you're going to walk out of this building and never show your freaking butt in this town again, or we'll be back." Mr. Charming did as he was told. A month later, he had a new job at another church, my old church, and started ruining another whole set of lives, including mine. Fred actually didn't know where Mr. Charming had gone. He had been led to believe that Mr. Charming had moved out of state. He was surprised, gratified, and angered to learn that this scumbag was only 50 miles away. This had all happened just a few months before. Fred was still deeply in love with his wife. They were getting counseling, and he hoped that they could save his marriage. But his hatred of Mr. Charming was still fulminating, and had been reignited by my telling him that Mr. Charming was living and working less than an hour away from his wife. Like Mount St. Helens a few minutes before the explosion, he presented such a face of restrained rage and vindictiveness that it scared me, and I wasn't even the one he was mad at. The next day, Monday, I drove back up there and gave him a copy of the directory of my old church. It had home addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses for pretty much every member of the church. I showed him the pages that listed all of the deacons and other church leaders, and I marked some of the church's major financial donors. I explained my situation with Pastor T and asked that my name not be mentioned. "No problem," he said. The next Sunday, I couldn't resist visiting my old church to see how things were going. Mr. Charming was nowhere to be seen, nor was any explanation given about what had happened to him. One weird thing though, Pastor T looked scared poopless. His voice, usually resonant, loud, and almost musically baritone, trembled during the whole sermon. I slipped in just before the service started and made a point of sitting in the very front row center pew. The look on his face when he saw me was worth all of my trouble. I didn't know it at the time, but Fred had gotten right to work and done a very thorough job. The whole church had gotten multiple anonymous emails with photos and videos of Mr. Charming and Fred's wife in various, well, compromising positions and states of undress. Deacons and major donors got emails plus express mail packages just for good measure. Mr. Charming and Pastor T had been left out. They didn't know anything until the phone calls started pouring in. After the worship service, it didn't take very long for my church friends to figure out why I was there. It was very gratifying. I was something of a hero, although I kept swearing that I had no idea what they were talking about. Things continued to blow up in my former church for months afterwards. Both Pastor T and the pastor of Mr. Charming's old church almost lost their jobs because they had lied to my old church's committee of deacons, who had recommended hiring Mr. Charming about why Mr. Charming had left his old job. But somehow they had managed to stay in the pulpits at their churches, although a lot of church members left my former church, which caused some financial problems. There was talk of legal action for sending unsolicited explicit material to little old ladies and other people in the church, but nobody was ever able to prove that Fred did it. I don't think they tried very hard. After all, his wife was in the videos and photos. Both churches really did not want this to become a court case because of Mr. Charming's trysts and the fact that he'd spent years screwing a deacon's wife while he had unlimited, unsupervised access to dozens of church youth would then become a matter of public record. So they hushed it up. I never saw Pastor T again. I had lost all of the love, trust, and respect that I had had for him. And I was sure he had figured out that I was somehow connected to the whole fiasco. So my chances of having a preaching career in my denomination were precisely zero. By that time, being a pastor, like Pastor T, was the last thing I wanted anyway. I withdrew my application to minister's school and eventually completed a doctorate in archaeology at a different grad school. Graduated with honors at a large, widely respected state university. I've been teaching at a large public university in the Midwest of the USA, with summer gigs on archaeological digs in Europe, except this summer because of the pandemic, and I am very happy. I had no idea what happened to Mr. Charming after he left my former church, but it didn't matter because I had moved on to a new, happier, more meaningful, more enlightened life. One last very gratifying event, the reason for this post, all that happened 6 or 7 years ago. Fast forward to last March, I went to pick up a friend at a large downtown urban bus station in the US. Everyone hates this place. Not only is it crowded, it's poorly maintained and filthy. It smells like spoiled garbage mixed with diesel exhaust and seldom cleaned public restrooms. My friend's bus was late. I stopped by the newsstand to get myself a soda and a candy bar. Who do you think was restocking the shelves? Mr. Charming. I just sat across from the newsstand and enjoyed my drink and snack. He recognized me, then turned away. I just sat and watched him, restocking shelves full of adult mags and junk food. Revenge is a feast that is best enjoyed cold. So if you had something that you were totally passionate about, whether it's a job or a hobby or anything like that, and you got ran out of there by some sleazeball, would you try to do everything you could to get back at this guy or restore your status? Or are you the type of person to just pack up and move on if a bunch of people outcast you like that? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Want to promote friends/family instead of knowledgeable current employees? Okay, then I'll shut the facility down. I thought about this one for a while before posting it, trying to decide if I wanted to, and if so, where should it go? Finally, after looking at how it all played out, it clearly belongs here. Sit back, as this is going to take a bit to lead into everything and why it happened. Just to set up some background, I was working for a privately run correction facility, PCF for short and anonymity, and had been doing so for nearly 10 years. Names will be omitted for anonymity reasons, even though the facility is now long since closed down. The pay is nothing like what state or federal employees get paid, and it was a constant show of being short-handed. I worked my way up through the ranks from being a frontline officer in the units to visitation sergeant to shift commander and finally security specialist. Bear with me as this does take a bit to explain why the upward steps came. When I was a floor officer, I worked with others assigned to the same unit to get a general code of conduct going, i.e. what we would expect out of the offenders and what we would let slide within reason. Because of this, the unit we worked on ran so well that most thought of the unit as the easiest unit in the facility to work. But it was because all of us ran it nearly identical and were consistent and fair. Eventually this caused my shift commander to move me to other areas as a test, and eventually into visitation. Visitation ended up being one of the most demanding positions I worked at the facility simply because prior officers had done so little and were so behind. Along with my partner, which regularly changed because of the stress of the position, we got the visitation department up to code and went from taking 5 visitors a weekend to over 80 visitors a weekend on the regular. After doing this for roughly 3 years, I moved up to the sergeant of visitation, which was less stressful as it was more supervisory and handling complaints as well as necessary policy revisions. After nearly 2 years, I moved into shift commander. Here, I identified several issues with our overtime policy to include significant favoritism issues as well as corrected several reporting flaws that we were constantly being dinged on by the PPMU, Private Prison Monitoring Unit, of the Department of Corrections in my state. Because of this, PPMU personnel and I became very close as I worked with them on further clarifying and correcting some of the things we weren't doing quite right. This led to creating several spreadsheets in Excel that more or less made tracking overtime, vacation, assignments, and various other little managerial things far easier to track, with barely anyone having to do much other than add their employees and fill out assignments for each shift. This allowed us to get away from favoritism and more easily spread the copious amount of overtime fairly, so everyone was doing their fair share instead of just a handful constantly being taken advantage of, while also making it easier to explain monthly shortages. Higher-ups loved it, PPMU loved it, and many of the overworked frontline staff were delighted by it because it allowed them to finally get some rest after 16-hour shifts, while others hated it because they couldn't skate by under the radar without doing their share of mandatory overtime. Part of the new hire agreement was signing you understood there was mandatory overtime, and refusal could lead to disciplinary up to termination. During this time, we had some changes in administration and the creation of a couple positions that were required as part of our contract with the state, which was renegotiated yearly. This is important to know later on. This included at least 1 captain per shift. Originally, we had 2 lieutenants. A captain of housing, had none prior, a security specialist, also a lieutenant position, and changing several positions from officer to sergeant level. This is where the problem started, and a number of the staff started filing complaints. Because while the state mandated these positions, the private company didn't like it cutting into their profit margin and begrudgingly agreed. However, our administration saw this as a way to get their friends in cushy positions. Company policy says to promote from within, but our administration found ways to make it seem like most internal candidates didn't meet qualifications, while hiring old buddies into newly created captain and administrative positions. I was eventually moved to security specialist and backup shift commander. My new role was creating facility-specific amendments to administrative regulations to ensure we were following the purpose of administrative regulations. This entailed how our equipment was managed, key set permissions, restrictive housing unit, visitations, perimeter security, and making sure all guest, visitor, vendors, and volunteer entry policies were followed to include mandatory background checks. I also ended up taking over several other Excel spreadsheets that were required to show each department in the facility was accordingly staffed the required hours per our state contract agreement. It was quite the handful to say the least, and by closer following the administrative regulations, I was quickly making more enemies as a lot of the issues started showing how incompetent the administration was. Namely the major, housing captain, and one of the other captains that were buddies the major got hired on. As security specialist, I reported directly to the major, deputy warden, and warden, as well as by extension, PPMU. We had regular meetings to discuss issues and how to remedy them. Then it was my job to author the adjustments so the major could review and sign them along with the warden before they went into effect. By this time, I was the sole manager of no less than 5 major Excel spreadsheets in the facility used in various departments, all of which I trained each in those departments to include major and captains, as it was to eventually become their responsibility to manage them. This included giving them encrypted passwords if those spreadsheets ever broke or corrupted, as Excel is known to do on occasions. However, this didn't happen, and I was constantly the go-to in order to get them fixed. After a couple of years of this, in comes the private corps to renegotiate the contract, and suddenly my position responsibilities get reorganized in their respective captain or major responsibilities. At this time, a new captain position comes open, and I put in for it along with several others with similar experience to me, and one that has absolutely bare minimum experience, but is close friends with the major and another administration sitting on the hiring board. Needless to say, they get the position, and I get bumped to their old position as housing lieutenant. I ask my major why I can't be moved back to shift commander, where I can at least still work on all the policies and sheets I've made up to this point. To which my major says to me, "You aren't a captain, and we needed a captain there, not you. Just be happy you didn't get demoted and stop trying to be a captain." I smile and reply, "Okay, but you do know if you move me to housing, I no longer have responsibility over all the work I currently do, as that's all security-related responsibilities, and housing has different responsibilities, right?" It's important to note that at this private correctional facility, housing and security acted like 2 different entities from one another, and security had final say over housing, but it was housing's responsibility to address housing issues before coming to security. This meant moving me to housing lieutenant instead of back to shift commander would mean I no longer had any right to correct them when they weren't following the policies I'd written prior, and certainly meant I had no responsibility over any of the spreadsheets they managed. "Well, that is how it works here," the major replied. "You just didn't get the captain position. I'm sure we chose the best person, and there will be no issues. Just do what your new position is because you aren't a captain, you're a housing lieutenant, and you will do only what is part of that position's assignments." At this point, he gives me the biggest poop-eating grin as he's waited 3 years to put me in my place for making his job harder by actually having to do his job. "Okay," I say and leave the room without saying any further. Cue the nuclear revenge. Now, I had also submitted complaints of harassment and policy violations with updates as further incidents took place, causing the complaint to stay perpetually open. And this was added to the complaint with documentation. This was only another notch to a long-going issue, one that various others I worked with have also joined in on, as they had equally been railroaded, harassed, discriminated against to include lost wages, and saw the nepotism taking place. It's important to know that the policy on nepotism for this company included language stating that family and close friends could not have unfair advantages in promotion or job placement over qualified or current employees. Now, it isn't immediate, this change, but after a couple of months, I'm now working as a housing lieutenant and taking care of my new responsibilities. I've shed all responsibility of prior spreadsheets, policy adjustments, and anything that doesn't have to do with my immediate department. It's about this time when things start to go noticeably wrong. Even though I took the time to train, assign management rights, and give password control of all work boots to the responsible department heads, most of which was the major, it doesn't take long for it all to go to crap. The new captain doesn't know a thing about Excel, let alone any of the reporting software a shift commander has to use, sometimes multiple times a day, is very lacking in knowledge of AR, and quickly gets various offender and staff complaints. The major isn't keeping track of the spreadsheets he's now supposed to manage, contract compliance tracking, and facility entry tracking, because he's just as clueless when it comes to anything computer related. And visitation is slowly going down the drain because none of the other captains kept open communication with the sergeants/officers to help deal with issues and staffing concerns. By this point, PPMU is very unhappy and demanding that these areas be brought up to compliance within 30 days or they'll start to pursue fines against the company, cutting further into their monthly profit margin by nearly $1,000 per day out of compliance for each issue, on top of other fines for failure to fill contractually obligated positions. Needless to say, these are fines that add up very fast for those who don't know. At this point, my housing captain calls me into his office with another of the admin to give me the assignment of fixing these troubled areas. After reviewing the assignment, I smile back and tell them, sorry, the major told me I wasn't a captain, and that I was to stop doing captain work now that I was a housing lieutenant. This is beyond my assigned post to fix, as it requires me to tell security what to do in order to fix it. We should work as a team. You don't want the team to suffer for this, do you? He says to me. Then the other admin pipes in, Lieutenant, let me get this right. You're refusing to do this because you didn't get the captain position. I then give the same poop-eating grin the major gave me when he told me months earlier, well, that's how it works here, isn't it? Security manages security, and housing takes care of housing, unless it jeopardizes the security of the facility. Then it is security's problem, right? I then roll my shoulders into a shrug. I just simply lack the authority to do that job. And the major assured me that you and the other captains all had it under control. I even showed it all to you before I was reassigned, remember? By this point, I can see that the captain is getting visibly upset as they're now entirely responsible for all the work I used to do. The other admin at this point looks at me again and asks, so are you refusing to do this assignment? It isn't that I'm refusing to do the assignment, it's just that with all my new responsibilities as housing lieutenant, I simply don't have the time to do them and the work of a captain, which the major made very clear I'm not supposed to do the work of any longer, as I'm not a captain. I then stand with a smile, so no, I'm not refusing the assignment. I'm following the orders of a higher superior that told me to no longer do anything outside of my assigned duties as a housing lieutenant. Last I checked, the post orders I signed stated I was only to do assignments that are of housing unit responsibility, which also is signed by the major and the warden. Now, if you don't mind, I really have other responsibilities I need to get back to. I then smiled to both of them and walk out of the office, as I was currently in the middle of getting vacation requests and working on offender housing assignments to ensure we were in compliance with STG, Security Threat Group, and racial balance requirements for the nearly 1,000 offenders in the facility. About 20 days later, I receive a phone call while on vacation at 8 a.m. from the stand-in warden. Our warden had been put on administrative leave pending investigation, along with said housing captain. "Is this lieutenant?" asks the stand-in warden, to which I groggily answer, "Yes, it is. Who is this?" "This is stand-in warden, and I'm sitting in the room with housing captain, who has brought something rather startling to my attention. He is saying that you refused to do an assigned duty that resulted in the inability to track various things in the facility. Is that correct?" At this point, I sit up in bed and answer, "Yes, that is correct, but that's because..." I don't even get to finish, as this stand-in is clearly upset at my admission and interrupts me. "You do realize that this is insubordinate behavior that is gross in nature, don't you?" Anger is clearly in his voice, but a controlled anger. I can only imagine that the housing captain is sitting in the room with a poop-eating grin. Am I going to get to answer, or are you going to interrupt me again? "It seems you've already made up your mind on the matter given the tone of your voice, sir," I respond. You're correct. I've decided that your negligence in performing duties as assigned is gross in nature and believe this meets the required parameters for immediate termination, effective now. He pipes back, obviously not happy with what I said. You do realize I'll be adding this to my complaint of workplace harassment and retaliation if you do so without getting the full story, don't you? This means that I'll be adding your name to the complaint for failure to do your due diligence in getting the full story, on top of the warden you're currently replacing, the housing captain sitting with you, the major, and several others for violation of your own disciplinary policy. I'm shaking at this point, angry that this is happening and that I have to resort to this extent to get the point across. And yes, I do have access to all of the documents, including all current policies of the company, the current contract between the company and the state, and will pursue this if you continue with this. You do what you feel is necessary, and I'm doing what I feel necessary. As of this date, you are hereby terminated. You will receive in the mail the disciplinary form and decision to include a formal answer to your complaint by the week's end. I say, you see, if you're part of that complaint, you no longer can issue the formal answer according to policy. It will now have to come from corporate HR, who will have to agree with your decision, and already has copies of the complaint as well, my voice now shaking from my own anger. Well, then you'll be hearing from them, I suppose. The phone then hangs up. But not before I could hear the change in his tone of voice as well. I wasted little time in updating my complaint and notifying the corporate HR person I had been in contact with for about 6 months now. The aftermath? A week later, a notice was sent to all employees that the facility would be closing their doors permanently in 90 days. And I continued to receive my full 40-hour-a-week pay until the day those doors closed without ever having to return to work. I was then later allowed to file for unemployment, as well as the technical reason for the loss of employment was through no fault of my own. I later found out from the HR department that the facility was closed due to 4 major reasons. 1. The company was no longer making any profit due to poor management decisions that led to PPMU issuing upwards of $75,000 in fines per month on top of out-of-control overtime due to shift commanders not properly tracking their shift officers' overtime, vacations, or days off. 2. Many of the administration and captains had received numerous complaints of company violations, to include harassment and nepotism. 3. PPMU investigated the qualifications of some of the recently hired/promoted administration and captains, as they too were suspicious that they didn't meet proper qualifications for the position. This means they were entitled to backfine all the days those positions were filled simply because they were unqualified candidates. 4. The investigation found all complaints to be valid and would require termination of nearly all of the current administration, 2 captains, and 1 HR for failure to correct the issues, meaning it was easier to just cut their losses rather than try to fix it. Why was this nuclear revenge? Well, the state had to quickly move and relocated nearly 1,000 offenders, 250 people lost their jobs, of which 15 of them ended up fired due to policy violations, resulting from the investigation of nepotism and workplace harassment. A few had workplace discrimination and resulted in one person, who was not receiving fair wage of others of a similar position, to receive back pay upwards of $38,000. My start of complaints led to others filing complaints for similar reasons in the nearly 2 years leading up to this, adding to the documentation of the issue that resulted in the closure of the facility. Even knowing the impact this had, if I were to live through it again, I would still have done the same thing. Having seen the example OP put forth here, do you believe that a for-profit prison has any reason to exist? The problem is, in any place that's for-profit, if they can cut $1, save money somewhere, and still profit, it's probably gonna happen. What do you think? Should for-profit prisons be allowed to even exist? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Animal abuser gets sent to the hospital. Background: I worked at a marine biology center in Florida. It was sometime in June, and I was with some other employees and a couple of visitors. We were exhibiting some of the animals we recently rescued. There was a turtle who had been hit by a propeller, a shark who had been cut by another animal, and I was taking care of a stingray who was recovering from being beached in a storm. Enter our animal abuser. This man in about his 30s was in the center visiting with his wife and kids. He was yelling at them about some toy and with the wife about being strict with the kids. He had the typical wife beater look, so they let their kids look around at the turtle and the mom's on her phone. The guy walks up to me and says, "What you got there?" I say, "We rescued a stingray who was beached during a storm," which is followed by a laugh as he says, "How dumb does a fish gotta be to beach itself?" I didn't really respond to the comment and just said, "Her name's Lucy." He takes a look at Lucy and starts calling her ugly. I don't get what this guy's problem is, but I just keep my comments to myself. He gets too close to the ray though and touches its face. Bad move. The stingray jumps and splashes the guy with water. I laugh, which is stopped by this guy's death stare. "You little witch," the man says as he punches Lucy right in the face. She's obviously startled by this and swims to the other side of the container. I was furious by now and said, "Hey, what's the matter with you punching an innocent animal?" He replies with, "That stupid freak had it coming." Instead of security taking him out, I figured I'd take matters into my own hands. Now I know this wasn't the best decision, but as I was battling my conscience, I glance over at the man as he's yelling at his kids again. I figure he deserves this. Okay, so this revenge has a lot of factors. Luck, deviousness, and my stupid coworker. My coworker was new when he helped me with the stingray. He didn't realize some stingrays have not one, but two spines to sting with, and only got one. So today, he was greeted by me scolding him. I figured I was gonna remove the second spine soon, but then I was distracted by the jerk who was yelling at the kids. I didn't really forget at this point, it was my key to revenge. I told the man to come over for a second and he came over. I pointed at something on the ceiling as a distraction, then got Lucy to come over closer to the guy. With one swift movement, I tripped and pushed the guy into the container, causing water to go everywhere and Lucy to freak out. As all the pieces miraculously fell into place, Lucy whipped her tail at the man and sliced him right across his back. For those who don't know, a stingray can easily slice right through clothes. She did, and the man was instantly screaming. The wife looked from her phone, and the kid's eyes darted over as well. There was a bloody panic as the man was on the floor wincing with pain, blood all over, a screaming wife and bawling kids, and panic from the employees. The paramedics were called, and the guy jumped up and charged me for bumping into him. People were holding him back, and I was doing my best act to be frightened by the incident. He was rushed off. I was questioned by my boss. He believed me, and that was that. The man was in the hospital for a week. He had to get the poison out and needed stitches for his back. You may not see this as nuclear, but it was. If there were complications with the paramedics arriving, he could have bled out. And he tried to sue us for almost killing him, but easily lost and was countersued for thousands of dollars. Tag on the week in the hospital, and this escalated into a great revenge. Be kind to nature, kids. Do you think OP crossed the line here by using this animal's defense mechanism to cut this jerk? I definitely don't know what the rules and regulations are in regards to animals like that. Considering the animal cut the guy, could that put the animal in jeopardy? Akin to if a dog bites somebody, depending on what happens, that dog might be at risk of being put down. What do you think? Did OP go too far here? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Being Jack. She didn't give me my money back, so I ruined her life. I'm male, 20, strongly believed in individualism and equality, currently in university. Jita, fake name, is probably under 24 and a clerk in a government bank. A good accomplishment for middle-class Indians. We're both neighbors, live with our parents. It's normal and sort of compulsory in India, especially in small towns. We're neighbors for around 8 years. Our parents have okay relations with each other, and I have a good relation with her parents, and okay relation with Jita. We're both lower economical middle class and socially upper caste. See castes in India. Both our parents are liberal in Indian sense, but in Western standards, they're very conservative. You can say this for a majority of Indian parents. February 2019, I had to deposit 8,000 Indian rupees, 112 USD. It's a large amount for lower middle class Indians, in the bank. I'm also sort of lazy and didn't want to wait in queues in the bank. Also, Jita was in the same bank. So I thought, I'll give her the money and she'll deposit that in my account. I went to her house at 7 a.m. and called for her mother. She opened the gate, It turned out that her elder brother, 28, and mother and father went to temple. I told her why I came. She accepted the money and told me that she would keep the hard cash and transfer the money from her account the next day. 2 weeks later, the money was still not deposited. I asked her about this several times, mainly from WhatsApp, but she just made excuses. At last, after 3 weeks, I went to her house and asked her to give the money instantly. I threatened her that I would tell her parents. After hearing that, she said this: "What proof do you have that you gave me money? Ask for money again, and I'll tell everybody that you're sexually harassing me." That was it. I became stiff as stone. My whole body became too heavy suddenly. I really had no proof, and I had WhatsApped her several times saying, "Money hadn't been deposited yet," or "When will you deposit the money?" Now, before any of you Western folks say that I exaggerated the situation, you have to view this situation through an innocent Indian person. India is basically Middle East in terms of sex, personal space, and sexism. But unlike the Middle East, it hides this fact through white lies. India has an assault problem, and this is one of the reasons of false accusations too. I've heard many false harassment and assault accusation cases, and personally seen my distant rich cousin assault his neighbor due to land dispute violently. He simply used his beautiful clerk to charge him with a false sexual harassment case. That case ended with the neighbor being in jail for some time. Both my cousin and his neighbor had bribed the police. June 2019, I hadn't talked with her again after that, but I had a plan to get revenge. By this time, I'd spied on her a bit and found out that she buys alcohol every alternate Saturday from X place and drinks it at her friend's place. Drinking alcohol is seen as immoral in the male population and 10 times more immoral in the female population in India. Also, she has a boyfriend, under 25, with whom she spent half an hour every Saturday evening in X Park with, which is on the other side of town. Being boyfriend and girlfriend is seen as immoral in India, and you won't even get a rental flat easily if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend. I took photos of her both with her boyfriend and buying alcohol. The first Saturday of July 2019, that day on my way to the park, I found a police SUV a mile away from the park. I thought, maybe it's time to take this plan a step further. I told them that a couple is doing obscene acts in so-and-so park. The police officer replied in a very rude language. I knew I had to pay him, so I gave him 2,000 Indian rupees, and he agreed to go. The park Jita used to go to was famous for unmarried couples, so every Valentine's Day, the police used to harass the couples there. On reaching there, I told them the spot and began to watch the situation from a distance. I wasn't able to hear, but the view was clear. Jita and her boyfriend were neither kissing nor hugging, they were just talking on the bench at that time. The police arrived and told them something. After that, the police slapped Jita's boyfriend a few times immediately. It appeared that her boyfriend refused to give his parents' number. In India, if police caught an under 30 unmarried couple, they demand the victim's parents' numbers. The whole drama went on for 20 minutes. Both even fell on the police's feet. At last, they had to give some money to the police. This police behavior is pretty normal in India. Both of them looked pretty terrified that day. On the first Sunday in July 2019, I'd already printed out all the images in 10 groups because there were 10 main houses in the neighborhood, including mine. In each set, there were 3 images of her buying alcohol and 4 images of her and her boyfriend together. I woke up at 4 a.m. and put all the sets of pictures in front of all 10 houses and went to sleep. I woke up to loud noises from Jita's house. I'd put one set in front of my own house too. I'm pretty sure her brother slapped her a few times. Her mother was calling her bad names like Randy, Hindi word for a promiscuous girl. Her father was not in the house that day. I asked my mother about the situation, and she told me to stay away from Jita. She told me that Jita had shamed the whole society with her childish behavior. August 1st, 2019, in the last month, she was forced to stay in the house by her parents. The whole neighborhood was disgusted by her, and her parents also charged a blackmailing case on Jita's boyfriend, which caused her boyfriend to spend a few days in jail, but he was released after a week. Her parents also tried to arrange a marriage for her. It turned out that her boyfriend was from a lower caste, which fueled the rage even more. She also needed a stitch in her lips because her brother literally cut her upper lip in half. September 15th, 2019, she'll be married next year. She had started going to the bank again. I still haven't gotten the money. The main takeaway I have from this story is culturally things work a lot different in India. A common thing might be people asking, well, why didn't they just threaten to expose all this evidence? Well, like OP was explaining, I guess all that evidence can just be turned around into some charge against OP. So I guess they had to do it secretly. It's just, to be honest, kind of a lot to take in. And our final story of the day is by Why Do You Read Names? To give credit, that's why. Ruined a marriage and my family for revenge. I've always been the black sheep of the family. Cousins grew up to be doctors, professors, creatives, and whatever else. Meanwhile, I've managed to just make a humble, stable passive income through some business decisions. Nothing fancy, but I can afford a 1-bedroom in New York City and live comfortably with that and a part-time job in a cafe. Everyone in the family, including my own parents, judge me harshly for not pushing myself to do what my cousins do, especially my one cousin we'll call Randy. Think the stereotypical dude bro who got rich thanks to working for his dad, multiply that by 10, and you got Randy. Anyway, he always gave me the most crap, and eventually I just tune them out because I get to enjoy my life with my significant other, work part-time, and still afford what I want. So to cut the BS short, Randy has a wife and 2 kids. He also has a mistress. I found this out because one day, I was walking through the city when I saw him walking down the street with a woman who clearly wasn't his wife, arms around each other. I checked Facebook and saw he had indeed posted about visiting a bagel shop in the city while on a business trip that morning. So we had Indeed in the city. So I decided, screw it, let me see how this plays out. I followed them for 5 hours, snapped several photos, one of them going into a hotel together. I held on to these and waited until Christmas that year. About 6 months later, I decided to unceremoniously drop printed photos in front of everyone at the table before dinner and made sure to get his wife to see them. Cue screaming and fighting. I actually got a black eye out of it. It was Randy's dad who did it though, not him. Cue the police, a lot of questioning, my significant other and I get kicked out. We head back home after talking to the cops one last time. The aftermath, besides Randy's wife and another cousin who hates Randy, my family cut me off entirely for several years. Whatever. Even my parents had always expressed disappointment in me for not applying myself fully, so no real loss there. Randy got divorced, lost full custody of the kids after threatening his ex. Family occasionally tries to guilt me into apologizing, but my response is some variation of, not gonna apologize for outing a cheating runt, and I'm promptly blocked for another few months. Significant other and Randy's ex-wife are good friends and the kids call me uncle. Nice having a family who actually loves me unconditionally for once. Significant other and I got married, and that's when my family last tried to get in contact with me, and were actually nice for once. Seeing me moving on, I guess, eats at them? I don't know. Maybe realizing their punching bag is gone for good. That's it, really. Living my best life now with a good family, as opposed to a poop one. I mean, imagine going your whole life with, why can't you be like your cousin? I wish you were like your cousin. Your cousin's doing so good, I wish you were like that. It would probably fuel something in the back of my mind that wants to take them down too. And hey, them walking around in the city with somebody that's obviously not their wife, going to hotels with them? Honestly, in my book, I feel like you were doing the ex-wife a great deal of service by letting them know. Now, I will say the way OP did it was pretty over the top, but nonetheless, I do think OP still technically did do the right thing. I got my homophobic bullying coworker fired with a mysterious package. Firstly, I'd like to start by saying I'm in no way homophobic. I respect everyone's choices, and I still don't understand why people have such a problem with others being gay. When I was about 18, I used to work in a small factory for an engineering firm as an apprentice, and had to work with this real piece of poop guy, let's call him Kevin. For some reason, Kevin would find great joy by picking on me all the time in work. He would wait until it was just me and him alone, and then call me out for being gay. Note, I'm not gay and had a girlfriend at the time. However, that didn't matter to him. He would stroll right over to my desk and call me all these awful names. The F word, homo, sea-sucker, etc., plus other words and names that are too disgusting to say. He would get right in my face and try his best to get a response from me, but I would just keep my head down and keep working. Even though I ignored him, he made me feel really crap. I began hating going into work. I started coming up with excuses for not coming in. I did this so often that HR had to have a meeting with me, and I was given an official warning. I was a shy, small guy and didn't have the confidence to say anything. This kept going on for months, and one day he went too far. I was working on a design for a product for my work laptop and left the factory for lunch. When I got back, he had deleted all of my work files and replaced them with screenshots of gay adult entertainment. The second I sat back down on my desk and noticed, Kevin ran up behind me and called everyone over to show them what I was supposedly looking at on my laptop. He pulled my arms back behind my chair, holding me in place, and everyone came over and started laughing at me. My boss even came over. My idiot boss believed Kevin, and I was given a warning letter about my work behavior and another official warning. I had enough and plotted my revenge. The idea I came up with was to send Kevin a package and have him open it in front of everyone. You see, Kevin collected rare DVDs and would have them shipped to the company's address. He would then gather everyone around his desk to show them what he had bought, no matter what the package. So, I told my mother my plan. She knew what Kevin had done to me at this point, and she was in. I went online and ordered some extremely embarrassing stuff. I had sent them to my mother, she lived on the other side of the country, and she would send them to my workplace in Kevin's name. I did this so the package would be stamped in a different city, making it look like it was ordered somewhere else. Anyway, the day when the package arrived, Kevin announced for everyone to come over to see his new DVD. Everyone came over and watched as Kevin opened the box. I stood at the back as I knew what was coming. Kevin stuck his hand in the box and pulled out a huge pink mankini, the one Borat wore, and a ball gag. Kevin's face went sheet white and everyone burst out laughing. The whole staff were bent over in laughter, some dropping to the floor crying in laughter. The staff started saying stuff like, "Is that for your weekend, Kevin? And is that for your other collection?" I was laughing so much that I couldn't breathe. Kevin ran out of the room and we all descended on the box. Besides the mankini and ball gag, there was a note. Now this was the cherry on top. All thanks to my mother. One of the office staff took out the note and read it out loud. This is what it said. "Hello, Kevy Poo 69. Because you're one of our most loyal customers, we've decided to send you some free gifts to thank you for your years of loyalty to our brand. We hope you enjoy them. All the best from the team at OutOfTheCloset.com. Well, this just sent all of us tumbling to the floor with laughter. I had no idea my mother would do that. Just typing it out now makes me laugh. After we all gained our composure, the head of HR came down and asked me to come up for a meeting. I entered one of the meeting rooms and there was Kevin, the head of HR, my boss, and the director of the company. For the next hour, Kevin tried to convince them that I had sent him the package. I protested, saying the package was stamped on the other side of the country, so how could I have sent it? The head of HR asked Kevin why he thought I sent the package. He said, "Because I always call him then stopped his sentence. I turned to him and said, "Yeah, tell them what you always call me. Tell them the names you like to call me every day. Tell them how you singled me out and bully me. Tell them about the heck you've put me through." The room got quiet. Kevin was told to leave while they have a chat with me. I proceeded to tell them about what Kevin was doing to me and how long it had gone on for. I told them about the names he called me and what he had done with my laptop. When I was finished, they all thanked me for being honest and said they would investigate my claims further. I was asked one more time if I had sent the package. I said I didn't and that it may have been a mate of mine because I had told my friends what had been going on, but it had nothing to do with me and I had no say in it. So an investigation did happen. They found out that Kevin was indeed bullying me and other younger staff members and apprentices in the firm. He had been doing this since the day he started working there. He was fired. Good. I don't feel any regret for what I did. He was a 50-year-old man that still acted as a child. If he can't grow up, then he can't work with adults. Years later, on my last day of work, I was asked by the director of the company if I had indeed sent that package to Kevin. I just smiled, winked, and said, "Nope, but my mother didn't like Kevin very much." I can now say I'm a confident, happy extrovert. I don't stand for any bullying behavior anymore, and always stick up for myself and the people around me. As for Kevin, well, I hope he's improved his attitude and has grown up. When growing up or maybe younger adolescence days, if you had a bully like this, Were you in a position where you were comfortable standing up to them and calling them out on it and trying to deal with it head on? Or do you think you'd be the type to just try and deal with it and cope with it and just hope that eventually they stop doing it? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Kveldson, Evil Stepfather. When I was 15, my mom started dating a man she met on a dating website. I didn't like him the first time I met him, and 2 months later, he moved into the house. About 3 weeks after he moved in, he took my skateboards, self-built half-pipe, ramps, BMX bike, ice hockey gear, and many other things to the dump one day while I was at school. He said he did this because he didn't want all of my crap cluttering up his garage. Maybe 2 months later, he punched me in the stomach for the first time because I got up from the dinner table without asking to be excused. From there, it's collated into full-fledged beatdowns for the smallest perceived slight to his authority. One day, he decided to take my extensive Pokemon card collection, even more extensive comic book collection, my Game Boy and PS2 with all the sorted games, and my fantasy and sci-fi book collection, and got rid of it all because 15-year-old boy should be playing football and baseball, not being an F-word nerd playing with Pokemon cards and reading comics and books. I would like to add that he was a middle school teacher, and then his off time refereed and umpired local and middle high school sports games. My mom never intervened, and in fact acquiesced when he demanded that she stop giving me lunch money because the little poop will just spend it on comics and other gay stuff. One day, I took maybe $3 and change out of his change jar so that I can buy a slice of pizza and some fruit punch during lunch at school because I was tired of being hungry. My twin sister was always a bit of a jerk and frequently blackmailed me into doing her chores from a young age. I was fed up and refused to do something, so she told me what I had done. This man actually called the police and pressed a larceny charge against me, and once the police had left, beat me senseless. At that point, I ran away. When the cops found me and returned me to my home, I found out that he'd been trying to talk my mom into sending me away to a military school or something of that nature. I ran away again, and between having run away several times and the larceny charge, ended up turning 16 in juvenile detention. I spent the next couple years miserable and afraid, frequently contemplating ending it. Once I left home, I didn't speak to my mom for several years. We eventually reconciled, and by that point, they had married. I was a lot bigger than I'd been as a young teenager and had gotten into weightlifting, so he no longer acted like he was going to punch me to make me flinch, much less actually hit me, and we basically avoided each other for the most part. My mother found out that she had stage 4 cancer and no longer wanted to waste any of the time she had left with him, so she had a lawyer draft up a separation agreement whereby he would receive a set amount of money upon separation and would have 45 days to retrieve his belongings from the house. He had spent his entire inheritance in 6 months and then had to sell his mother's house that he grew up in order to settle his debts shortly before they started dating. Oh, and my mother bought the house back from the bank before they married. She allowed him to keep the house, and he moved back into his mother's house. My mother passed away about 9 months after their separation, and despite the agreement, had been allowing him to come and get his stuff piecemeal. I put an immediate end to that. I sold his baseball card collection, around $14,000, and his autographed sports memorabilia, roughly $11,000, and also sold all of his woodworking equipment along with several finished pieces of furniture that he had made, $6,500 I think. I kept his mother's engagement ring, platinum band, 3 diamonds, roughly 2 carats, wedding band, his coin collection, I also collect coins, and some tools and other odds and ends. Around a month ago, I ran into him at the grocery store. I told him what I'd done as he was pushing his cart out towards his car, and he took a swing at me multiple times. Several of these punches missed, and the ones that they did connect didn't have much effect, because he's nowhere near as strong as he was 20 years ago in his 40s, and I was no longer a skinny little 15-year-old. He continued to try and punch me as I called 911, and was actively ramming his grocery cart into my new Toyota as the police officers pulled into the parking lot. He was arrested for assault, communicating threats, and destruction of property. As a result, he lost his job and pension at the local middle school. And because he had never learned how to save money while married to my somewhat wealthy mother, ended up having to sell his mother's house because he hired an expensive lawyer, thinking he could somehow beat the charges. My nephew, who was on the football team, made it well known to his friends that he not only had just been arrested and convicted of assault, as well as other charges, but also what he had done to me as a child caused several parents to call for him to resign from refereeing and umpiring for local sports games. My niece and girlfriend's much younger sister are enrolled at the middle school where he worked, and say that he's not only universally disliked, but when he came up to the school to get his belongings, he made a big scene and ended up hysterically crying as he was leaving. At least, that's what they've heard from the kids who were attending summer school at the time. His son, who he was equally abusive towards as a child, refused to take him in or help him out, so he ended up having to take a job as a cashier at Walmart so that he could afford the rent on his crappy little trailer in an absolutely awful neighborhood. Even though Walmart is not the closest Walmart to my house, that's now the only place where I go grocery shopping or to purchase anything that I need. I purposely stand in line longer than I need just so that he can be the one who has the pleasure of ringing up my purchases. The first time I went through his line, he attempted to ring up multiple items more than one time to overcharge me. And when I called him on it, said that I was mistaken. I asked for a manager, and the manager believed him that it was an accident, but he learned that he can't just get away with that. The second time, I made sure to be as nice as possible and how to ask for a manager because he was overwhelmingly rude. The people in line behind me backed me up, and he got in some trouble for that. Every time I go there and step into line, I see him die a little bit inside, and it may be petty, but it gives me such satisfaction. Sometimes I'll say that I'm paying with exact change, and as I'm about to hand him the money, I'll say, "Oh, I didn't realize I had a rare coin from his collection in my pocket. I guess I'll pay cash." I just sold his expensive ratcheting wrench set, and so on Monday, when he works again, I'm going to go buy my daughter one of their better above-ground pools. And as he's ringing it out, tell him, "I know that daughter is just going to love this pool. It's not like I would have ever have used those expensive ratcheting wrenches anyway." I can only imagine the pure catharsis OP has every time they can go to that store, look this man in the face that has been such a tormentor to them in their past, and just every time detail something that hurts and twists the dagger even deeper inside this guy's heart. Even though OP is fortunate enough to be in a situation where they could do this, I still feel like this guy got off light for what they did. So much of OP's youth was spent in such drastic manners that should never have had to have happened. People like this, to me, deserve to be locked up for life. Not being able to skate by in some trailer working at Walmart, even though it's not the most glamorous thing. In my opinion, considering everything that happened, this guy's got it good, even if he does suffer every time OP shows up. I guess to me, that's what makes what OP's doing even better. Just keep piling onto this thing and make it even more and more fair. Steal off a psychotic Irish gypsy? You'll never be safe again. My town in England is rough. Very rough. There's a man that passes through every now and again who is, to put it bluntly, a psychopath. His name is Fergal and he's a gypsy, moves around a lot and disappears into the gypsy community. And if you even look at him wrong, he might stab you. Seriously, he's killed people. He has friends in town, drug dealers, felons, selling guns. I used to work in a shop that was owned by a drug dealer, and Fergal always came in when he was in town for a cup of tea. He liked me and always called me Butterfly for some weird reason. My boss came in the shop one day and said that a well-known scruff, he'd sell his own mother and rob the dead, who we'll call Tez, had stolen Fergal's chain that had his beloved deceased grandmother's ring on it. Fergal was fuming. Fergal was coming back to town at his earliest convenience, but before he could, Tez was arrested for trying to rob the corner shop with a rolling pin. Fergal wasn't having that. He had told everyone that he was going to kill him because there was no way to get the ring back. Fergal did what any sane person would do. He seriously assaulted someone to get arrested. He made sure it was on camera and stayed until the police got there. He was arrested and put in the same prison as Tez. Fergal managed to stab Tez in the legs, but told him that he wasn't finished, that he'd hurt him so badly that he'll think he's going to kill him, but he won't. He will sometime definitely, but he'll never know when. This was 3 years ago and both are out. Tez has been beaten twice and he's moved town. Fergal knows where he lives and makes sure that Tez knows. Tez's brother said that he's terrified of Fergal and that he's scared of going out. Tez is a horrible person. He stole his mother's bank card and put her in debt with drugs, assaulted his pregnant girlfriend, and he left a 1-year-old in the bath alone. She barely survived and has damage to her brain due to lack of oxygen. After going through the roller coaster that was this story with all of those details, was there truly a revenge in the end? It just kind of seems like Bad Guy 1 messing with Bad Guy 2 with really no real payoff coming out. Just kind of Bad Guy 2 being scared of Bad Guy 1 while going about their bad lives. Do you think this story properly constitutes as nuclear revenge? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by SmurfHunter99. They took our parking spot. Story begins a few years back. My mom and I made most of the important decisions for the house, which only included us and my brother at the time. And my brother can't even do his schoolwork, so he got dragged along for the ride. At the time, we were deciding where to move, as our current place was expensive and crappy, and I hated the school district. I voiced this to my mom, and we immediately left that district for a lower rent place, as my brother didn't like the district any more than I did. And all was well, for like the first week. And then our neighbor showed up. Only one really needs a name, so I'll refer to him as Roger. And Roger sucked. Our first interaction with him was him parking in our parking space. Something that would become a frequent occurrence for him and his friends to do. This was a pretty big issue because the only other parking we could realistically use was 3 blocks away. So this definitely ruined my mom's day when it happened, and watching her mood get ruined by a jerk of a neighbor was never lovely. This adds up over time, so I decided to retaliate against them. First, in a small way. At the time, we were still thinking it would stop. So I did something small. I told my friend to park next to our spot and give our neighbors a taste of no parking. This didn't end well. Roger parked his car in and immediately threatened him with physical violence. My friend told him he wasn't local, and if he let him out, he'd be on his way. After I told my mom about this, she insisted that this was our last straw. Our landlord wasn't doing crap to preserve our parking, and our neighbors were threatening us with physical violence. Well, what the heck are we gonna do? I asked my mom. We're gonna run the lease up, she replied, and call some friends. And call some friends we did overtime. Quickly, just because they incited our wrath by taking our parking spot, we did anything and everything we could to ruin Roger's life. Anytime we saw him, we would just smile and wave. He never knew we were behind any of this. My mom contacted one of her friends who was a sheriff. He mentioned he knew of drugs getting allegedly passed around in our neighborhood, but didn't know who was doing it. He told her if we got enough evidence, they could stake out his house to grab more, and eventually that might lead to roping him in. Busting him with a drug dealer? That'd be sweet. We'd finally have parking back. So we set out to collect any and every piece of evidence we could. Audio of him screaming, recorded, weed smell through the walls, times and locations written down, people parking in our spots, license plates noted down. I set up a camera to automatically record them coming and going too. We had a thick book of a paper trail on when and what this guy did in his house. About 10 months into this, my mom left me out of the loop. Still not sure why, but as I understand it, my logging of license plates immediately lined up, and we found out Roger was the a-hole dealing drugs. Half of the license plates we had noted down had been arrested and searched, and drugs were found. The cops were confident now. They had their guy and just needed a bit more evidence on him. This all came to a climax after Elise's long suffering. We had never used our parking spot, had walked 5 minutes away just to get in our god-darn car, and had been threatened by and woken up by our neighbor repeatedly. And then, just 4 days before we were to move out, it happened. 6 law enforcement cars swarmed his perimeter, 4 of which were police cars, 2 of which were from Child Protective Services. I saw the door get kicked down, the guy get dragged out in cuffs, along with his wife, and 3 kids removed from the household and driven in the other direction. To this day, nobody except my mom's sheriff friend, who was very grateful, knew of her involvement. And according to him, the guy got quite a few years and won't see those kids again. First of all, big props to SmurfHunter99 for even sharing this story. It was such a legitimately great story of how a mom and their kid went about getting a nuclear revenge against this dude that was a total jerk. Admittedly, OP said if you're going to read the story, please don't self-censor. I definitely tried my best to do this story justice, and I hope it turned out alright. Our next story is by Frumpy Fungus. You shouldn't mess with an ant farmer. Some backstory: when I was about 11 or 12, I started getting hobbies which included rock collecting and ant farming. Important later, I also started babysitting my brother at the time. So it was a normal Saturday that consisted of me babysitting my little brother, taking care of my ants. I was letting my brother play on my PS3 until the doorbell rang. I opened it and saw these annoying little kids that always asked if I could play, but every time I would say no. Normally they would just leave, but this time they just sat there and just kept on ringing the doorbell. It went on for about 10 minutes until it stopped. I thought it was over until I heard them start giggling. They then started throwing rocks at my house, and they even cracked one of the windows. I opened the door, and they just knew it wasn't going to be good. Also, at the time, I was probably about 5'9", so I was kinda scary. I walked outside and told them to go home, or I'll call the police. Fast forward 2 weeks, and it happened 3 more times. At this point, I was done playing around. I knew it was gonna happen again, so at the side of my house where they were getting the rocks, I had accidentally spilled my fire ant geranium, with probably about 1,500 to 2,000 fire ants on the rocks. So the next day comes around and the little brats were ringing my doorbell, and I could almost taste the sweet, sweet revenge. After the ringing stopped, I heard the thuds of rocks hitting my house. All of a sudden it stopped, and I could hear them start to cry. I looked out the window and the little boy was sitting right on the rocks. They all ran home. Oh, but it's not over. Their mom came out of the house and over to mine. I put on my saddest face and told the mom, "They broke my ant farm." After that, the mom gave me $10 and I never saw them again. I'm almost starting to feel bad, but they shouldn't have messed with my rocks. A few weeks later, they started doing things like taking toys from my backyard, ringing our doorbell, and stealing our rocks. I told their parents, but they just kept on doing it even after the fire ants. And this time, I was so mad I didn't hold back. I took one of my book bags and filled it with Legos, balls, dolls, etc. But that wasn't it. I had one of my subterranean termite farms and emptied it into the bag. I gently put my book bag in the grass and waited. I went to feed my brother lunch, and when I came back, it was gone. Fast forward a couple of months, and their house was on quarantine for the bug infestation. Karma is a witch. I also wasted almost $500 worth of bugs. Some might say termites and fire ants were light for these kids. Some people might say they prefer actual fire to fire ants for brats like that. Seriously though, how do these kids get a pass for throwing rocks at your windows and cracking them? These were actually really cool, creative forms of revenge, but like, where's the police? Can't you call somebody about that? They were literally damaging the property. And our final story of the day is by Amazing Tom Grace. I got the call center shut down. When I was a freshman in college, I took my first job working for a large company, doing contract work to a partially owned subsidiary in the mobile phone industry. It was the 90s, and the world of mobile phones was in its days of every local telco still being separate from the divestiture when they broke up Mabel. You had tons of available companies to choose from instead of the big four and their MVNOs. Coverage maps looked like someone sneezed on them instead of the coverage you had now. There was no data, no text, and 100 voice minutes was enough for most anybody. It was the Wild West in telecom. The job paid well enough, and the hours allowed me to go to my classes. The job was fairly easy. We were tasked with activating new accounts. This required us to run credit checks and collect deposits when necessary. In the spring and summer, things were relatively calm. The only rule that really upset me was that we were not allowed to read anything outside the company intranet during downtime, and this meant I couldn't knock out coursework. No biggie. Come November, they wanted us to work more and more overtime to ramp up for the upcoming holiday season. This I could not do, as I was hanging on balancing a full course load, in addition to working the requisite 40 hours. They instituted a demand for at least 10 hours overtime a week. We were a small part of the building, as we took up less than half of one of the 4 floors, and were the only company that was not a defense contractor. The contractors were all pretty cool, even if the MPs on floors 3 and 4 were a bit hard-butted, and they were nice to talk to on breaks. We had no room to expand. The office was also only open from 8 to 2. Because of the demand for overtime, they instituted desk sharing, but because they still didn't have enough desks, they couldn't seat everybody. I worked days, and they wanted me to stay until 7 p.m. This meant that the person with whom I shared a desk that would normally start at 1 p.m. had no place to sit, and as they were also expected to work the overtime, that they would show up for 2 hours early and sit in the break room until I left. I couldn't understand why they would pay this guy 2 hours of base pay and 2 hours of overtime to sit in the break room and twiddle their thumbs. But they determined that would be better than having me get out on time. Eventually, I had to tell them that I was quitting since I couldn't do the demanded overtime. I left and figured that was that. They called back 2 days after I left and asked if I would come back to work. I said I would on the condition that I would not be expected to work the overtime, and they said we would talk about it when I came back in. I show up and they pull me aside and say that they're still needing me to do the overtime. I told them it was impossible and that there was no point to having asked me back if I had to work it. We were at an impasse, so I quit for the second time within a week. The company started asking for more and more overtime of the remaining employees. A bunch of these folks had families, and it was to their delight that they were being offered hundreds of dollars in bonuses for breaking certain overtime thresholds. Their kids would have the best Christmases of their lives. Cars were being paid off early, and down payments for mortgages were racking up. Come January, the overtime is gone, as there was no need for it. People are settling back into their former routines and the payday arrives. From my friends that stayed working there, they said that the envelopes were opened and there were audible gasps coming from across the floor. Paychecks were being issued for $0 to a large number of employees. One got a paycheck for 15 cents. The shock quickly turns to anger and the floor erupts. Management came out and addressed everybody and told them that the bonuses they offered were not approved by the company and that the money had to be reclaimed. People were expected to work and collect checks for no money until the bonuses they were overpaid were paid back to the company, and that anybody that left would be sued by the company for the outstanding balance. They even told one guy that he was lucky enough to have a job there at all, since they normally only hired people with diplomas, and he was a dropout without a GED. A number of these new employees were still friends and relayed all this to me. I had just started a new job working as third-party support for a portion of the company to which I was previously contracted, and did night hours to coincide with my new classes. I asked if they minded if I referred some contacts to them, if it would get this resolved, and they said it was fine. I then spoke with a few people that I knew with the defense contractors who were able to refer me to friends that had worked with the IRS, since they would be very interested. What with it kicking off a new tax year, I explained to the IRS what happened and provided them contact with my friends. 1 month later, after an investigation, the full force of the government came down upon the company. IRS came in and demanded to speak with everybody that made the decision to withhold pay from employees to rescind the bonuses. It was eventually determined that everybody above a certain level was complicit in the scheme and would be held to account by being forced out and facing potential jail time. The company was informed that all the monies would be repaid to those from whom it was taken. Anybody that quit so they could get a job that would give them a paycheck in the meantime was to be offered their job back, and should they refuse to take it, would be issued full-time back pay from the date of their departure. They also determined that the company would either have to fire all of those responsible, or the company would be responsible for penalties that were obscenely high. The company thought they had their ace in the hole when they said that without the managers being allowed to stay on, they would have to close the call center. They were informed that closing it was fine, since the final stipulation was that all employees that were not involved in the scam would either be offered the chance to move to the offices they had a county over, or would be offered very generous severance packages. The company opted to move the employees and shut the call center. Plea bargains were made. Everyone but the offenders went home happy. I definitely wouldn't be able to begin to describe the inner workings of how all of this works out legally, but if they thought they could offer bonuses and raises and overtime pay and then at the very end, not pay any of it and even say, "You have to work for us for free to pay off all that money we were going to pay you." They were inevitably in for a rude awakening. This company literally said, "Hey, you work overtime and we're gonna give you all these bonuses and great overtime pay," and then tried to go, "Look at all this money we were going to pay you. ... You have to pay us this money back." What kind of logic is that? Pick your battles a little more carefully. So basically, I moved into a 2-bedroom apartment 2 months ago with Sarah and Jessica. Names changed. Now, Sarah's on the lease, Jessica is Sarah's girlfriend and isn't on the lease. I pay 50%, Sarah pays 25%, and Jessica pays 25% of rent. Not my ideal situation, but I was desperate for roommates at the time. Fast forward 2 months, they're enormous slobs who never do anything, so I clean up after them all the time. I vacuum the living room, mop the kitchen, do dishes, etc. I buy most of the shared groceries and household items like toilet paper, which the two of them plow through really quickly. Sarah has a cat in the apartment, which is unauthorized, and regularly has an unauthorized dog here too. Their rent is paid late, and utilities on the last possible day. Also, the girls smoke copious amounts of weed, and while I don't care, I asked them to be respectful enough to air out the apartment and keep the smoke out of my room. Now last week, crap goes south. Sarah and Jessica overheard me complaining about having to clean up after them, and after ignoring me for a few days, sent me a long text about how rude they considered that, etc. So I let out everything that was bothering me, and tell them that if they don't want to live with me, I'll gladly release them from the lease, repay the deposit, and they can go. This causes them to freak out and they tell me, "It's 2 against 1. We'll force you to move." Oh heck no. I blocked them on all forms of social media and means of communication. The next day, I went down to the apartment managers and reported the 2 unauthorized pets and the unauthorized occupant. Written notices were given, Sarah and Jessica threw them straight in the trash. I returned from a 4-day stay at my dad's and go straight to report the unauthorized occupant, Jessica, who's already been once asked to leave, and both unauthorized pets, which were supposed to be gone by now. Well, at this point, Sarah and Jessica are getting pissed off. Jessica screams obscenities at me anytime I enter or leave my bedroom. Twice, she spent a half-hour period pounding on my door and the walls of my room. She taunts me through the door trying to get me to open up. All of this is being quietly recorded on my phone while I still haven't said a word. So yesterday, I went back down to the office to finish securing my new apartment and to report more violations. When I came home, the chain lock was locked, so I had no way to get in. This is what I'd been waiting for. Jessica taunts me again on video and then slaps my hat off my head, hitting me square in the forehead with the back of her hand. Bingo. The revenge, I call the cops, rat Sarah and Jessica out for being druggies, get all their paraphernalia confiscated, and get a police report for battery. Come Monday, I'll be on my way to the prosecutor's office to press charges. The apartment managers will also be getting a copy of this report. Also, tomorrow's the last day to pay rent before it's late. Sarah and Jessica disappeared early this morning. If they don't pay rent, I'm gonna get them on abandonment clause, finally get them evicted, and have the locks changed. All before I move out tomorrow. It's 2 against 1? Think again. Considering how Sarah and Jessica treated the living space with OP, is this a satisfying outcome for you? Or do you think it's too light, or do you think it's going a bit too far? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Tarzan is My Pony. Irritating vegan temp takes office pranks way too far, so I destroy her entire life paradigm. About 8 years ago, I was male, 27, a 7-year veteran in a large tech corporation. Senior designer on the communications team by then. The senior copywriter went on maternity leave, leaving a temp in her place. Although irritating in a non-descriptive way, she presented well and seemed competent enough. For later context, she was also an uber dog lover and a staunch and righteous vegan SJW. There were frequent mutual and innocent team pranks, things like replacing a box of Diet cookies with a box of Krispy Kremes or covering the laser on someone's mouse, like "Oh, you dog, you got me" kind of things. Now let me fix that and let you get back to work. Being desperate for acceptance, the new temp started taking things a bit far and seemed to focus pranks directly towards me. Even after a few subtle reprimands from our manager, she continued. Things like slipping inappropriate photos or comments into a PowerPoint presentation on the shared drive. I was about to give her fake crying during morning stand-up just to gauge reactions. Her novelty wore off fast. Fast forward to the morning after my birthday, she knew I was going to be hungover. I get to my desk, red-eyed and thirsty as heck, grabbed my water bottle at my desk, which I always kept full, and started chugging like it was going to save my life. It was straight vodka. At least 2 full swallows before I realized. I go straight for my garbage bin to throw up, the slurry of alphabet soup, at least 6 cans of beer, and God knows what else she put in there, made darn sure I did hurl. I got most of the vodka out, but already being hungover, it made me instantly drunk again. Was not impressed. She came in laughing her brains out, taking full claim. I did a narc on her, but the story made its rounds to HR, and she was given a stern warning. I would have accepted an apology, even remorse, but not a shred. In fact, she started calling me Pukey McGee to literally no one's fanfare. I let it pass for a few weeks, waiting for the attention to die down. Revenge Day finally arrived. She always left at 10 a.m. to get a Starbucks. I took this time to plaster lost dog posters anywhere outside the office she might stumble by on her way back. She fell for the bait, asking around, but no one was the wiser. Once she was cozy at her desk, I went to her car to stage a hit-and-run massacre with chunks of fatty steak, a liter of fake blood, an old leash and collar, and a bag of fake fur. I went to work. I'd share the pic, but it's long gone, but it was very convincing. Looked like a leash was caught around her rear passenger axle and the dog got clogged and shredded between the tire and wheel well. I left the collar dangling out the back with a particularly generous portion of gore and puddle of blood. It didn't take long before others noticed the lost dog posters, or the gory car, and put 2 to 2 together. Eventually, the owner of a white so-and-so with license plate such and such, "Please come to reception," went over the intercom. It's on. It was delicious. She was out in the lot sobbing so hard she was coughing, carefully placing chunks of bloody, furry gore into a box. It took her an hour to gather every precious bit, crying the entire time. My theory was that she wanted to return the dog to its owner as best she could before calling the number on the poster. Was a shame there was no owner or dog, but she was too distraught to realize it was fake. I thought for sure the lack of bones or guts, and obviously fake sticky stage blood, would be a near instant giveaway, but to my utter shock, it wasn't. A scenario I wasn't expecting, but welcomed just the same. It was just assumed the dog owner had printed the wrong number on the poster because the remains never were returned. She had the collar and the leash cleaned and posted posters of her own in hopes of finding the owner. Given her reputation, there wasn't much sympathy offered. The righteous vegan dog lover was now a dog killer, and I took every chance I could to remind her of that. She took down all her gaudy dog lover crap off her desk and kept very much to herself for the remainder of her term. Bonus that she even left early, but not sure if I can take credit for that for certain. This is definitely a very brutal nuclear revenge. I gotta admit, I do feel kind of bad for her because I'm a dog lover myself. It would absolutely tear me to shreds if I ever had the thought that maybe I did a hit and run on a dog, even if by accident. The ensemble and the sight of what OP had created would absolutely destroy me, probably more than the dog got destroyed. I'm just glad the dog was fake. And our final story of the day is by Odin the American, Revenge in the Army. I was in the Army, and while away on a 4-day pass, my barracks room was broken into, and a significant amount of my military equipment, helmet, backpack, weapons, web belt, ammo carrier, etc., was stolen to the tune of approximately $800 in 1984 dollars. When I returned, there were tool marks on the locked room door, and it was clearly a break-in. I notified my platoon sergeant and first sergeant, and they said to call the military police. Then the company commander/commanding officer, who outranked us, called me and stated he didn't want the break-in being reported to the military police because then our company would show up in the higher level division police blotter. and this would make him, the company commander/commanding officer, look bad. So he told me to do a report of survey, a form used to be reimbursed for lost equipment, and I wouldn't have to pay for the stolen equipment, whose replacement costs were a month's pay. When I submitted the paperwork, and without the police report, my request to be reimbursed was denied, and I was told I would have to pay for all the stolen equipment. I was shocked because it was a lot of money, and I was just about to leave the army to go back to college. I needed that money to survive. The commanding officer told me that was a tough break, and there was nothing he could do to help me, even though it was his orders I had followed. Well, turns out, just a week before we found out that the division would not replace my stolen equipment, I had led our company through a nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons evaluation exercise. That was my specialty in the army, and the spineless commanding officer sat out the exercise and just observed. This placed me in a leadership position to do his job, while a captain from our division HQ graded our actions. I was a junior sergeant who had to maneuver, lead, and direct the whole company of 120 men, including senior lieutenants, to a staging area 5 miles away, through the security procedures to secure the decontamination site, and then lead the cleaning of our men, tanks, and equipment from the simulated chemical attack. I had never maneuvered an armored company before, but I did it, and the other sergeants and lieutenant in the unit were shocked that the commanding officer hadn't helped me during the exercise. The process went well, and at the end, a captain from the division who was evaluating us congratulated me on doing a good job. In front of the company, this captain then explained our next steps we would do. He made a mistake and told the troops wrong information that, in combat, would get them killed. I was leaving the army, but I cared enough about my fellow soldiers to want them to be combat proficient. So politely and respectfully, I corrected the captain on what he had said. But he clearly resented me making him look silly. I guess he was embarrassed a lower-ranking soldier corrected him, and that made him noticeably embarrassed. At the end of the debriefing, I was walking back to my armored vehicle to radio our HQ that now we had completed our decontamination, a requirement of the exercise, and were operational again, and this captain followed me away from the other soldiers. He asked what I was going to do, and I told him I was about to make the radio call to HQ. And he told me that wouldn't be necessary, I could just tell him what I would say. I told him, and he told me our unit had passed the evaluation. Luckily for me, my first sergeant overheard him say this to me. Now fast forward to where I find out that my equipment would not be replaced, and a couple days later, I was called into the commanding officer's office with my first sergeant and told our company had flunked the training evaluation because I hadn't made that radio call. I was getting out of the army, so I didn't really care, but it was bad news for my commanding officer. I was shocked because the other captain who outranked me told me not to make the radio call, that our unit was decontaminated and operational again. Turns out that the captain was immature and mad at me since I'd embarrassed him in front of all the soldiers in my unit. I was still angry at the commanding officer for ordering me not to call the police about my barracks room break-in, and how he didn't care that I would now have to pay a lot of money to replace my stolen equipment. So I didn't defend myself or tell the commanding officer what really happened with the evaluation or that captain. When I left the CO's office, the first sergeant told me he had heard the other captain tell me not to make that radio call, but not to say anything. Our CO was a jerk who would get us all killed in a war, and his unit flunking the evaluation made him look really bad. So he asked me to keep my mouth shut. A couple weeks later, the CO was rude to a sick soldier in our unit while I was out processing to leave the army. Everyone hated him even more for this. So our supply sergeant, who was retiring from the army, and after the CO signed for all the military equipment in the supply room, told me he couldn't believe the commanding officer had screwed me over on my stolen equipment, and that he would help me. So he handed me the keys to the supply room that the CO hadn't collected and told me to take whatever military equipment I would need to replace my stolen equipment, since the CO was now responsible to replace everything in the supply room with his money. He also apologized that some of the replacement equipment I would need was not in the supply room, and he felt bad I'd still have to pay a couple $100 out of pocket to replace some of the stolen equipment. The supply sergeant also answered my questions about where all the backup training logs for our unit's weapons and physical training tests were kept, We were about to be inspected by higher headquarters, and these records were super important for the CO to pass the inspection and be promoted and not be kicked out of the army. The day before I got out of the army with an honorable discharge, and just a couple days before this huge, important inspection, it was discovered that the whole company's year's worth of weapons training records, the backup records, and electronic records were missing or wiped clean. The CEO had to explain this embarrassing situation to his bosses, who were not happy with him. His unit had already flunked the nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons evaluation, and now his unit had failed to properly maintain training records. Even worse, his unit's training budget was completely over budget, with costs over the charts, and the division had to come up with a lot of money to cover the ammo costs to requalify the whole company on all of our weapons, plus time from other duties to redo our physical tests of running, push-ups, etc. Just as bad, advanced training would have to be cancelled to redo all the basic weapons qualification training that had to be completed once again. There was no way the CO could avoid receiving a bad performance appraisal, which would end any chance of him getting promoted, thus effectively ending his military career. Meanwhile, my fellow soldiers loved it because they liked to shoot machine guns, throw grenades, shoot cannons, etc. My last day in the army, at morning formation, as everyone was getting ready to do the makeup PT test, and later, all day doing makeup weapon qualifications for several more days, my awesome first sergeant told me that the disappearing records was the best end term of service prank he had ever seen. I of course replied that I didn't know what he was talking about. He laughed, winked at me, and told me I was a good soldier and that he would miss me. He then shook my hand and wished me well. I mean, if the person running the show and organizing and spearheading everything is a total jerk, it's almost a given that the whole place is going to be demoralized, just a crappy place to be in general. Despite OP going to great extents to make sure they sunk this commanding officer, they kind of deserved it to begin with. They stole Christmas presents from my foster kids, so I stole the Christmas season from them. My wife and I once lived in an apartment complex in our first year and a half of marriage. Mail mix-ups were common there, so it was a bi-weekly routine to take a very quick trip to the main office, drop off a mislabeled package, and head home. Jump a year into the future, and we have a home and are taking care of foster kids that have just recently entered the system. We desperately want them to have a good Christmas, since life has dealt them so many bad hands. Just once, I want them to experience a Christmas where they feel more valued than drugs, and get more out of the holidays than abuse thanks to their biological family. We ordered the gifts off a site we used to order more frequently from, but haven't ordered gifts from there in a while. We found the perfect gifts. They were on sale, so that allowed us to get more for them, and everything was falling right into place. But then it happened. A day later, we checked our email, and to our horror, we realized the computer saved our old address. And even though we originally put in the right address, the computer autofilled the rest of the information. That sent the packages to the old apartment complex. We called the store, they wouldn't help us at all. So we called the apartment complex to try to get ahead of this before they were delivered. This was all going to go well until the current resident of our old apartment completely overreacted to the news. Out of 4 boxes that were delivered to that complex, he only returned 1 and threatened, "If this happens again, I'm going to destroy these gifts." Turns out he had all of the packages and were keeping them, knowing full well that we lived fairly close and that they were for foster kids. We called and contacted the complex multiple times, and they had said the same sad news. Either the guy wouldn't return a call or he would just angrily hang up. So I took a drive past my old apartment. I saw what car he drove, and then I saw that he obviously had some sort of family. I had one of 2 choices. I thought of letting it go. I thought about the spirit of Christmas and how the new year was a mark of a new start. Then I thought of him bringing stolen gifts to other people because this scum dweller wouldn't buy gifts for the ones around him either. This is when things turned dark in my mind. He tried to take gifts away from foster kids who have had their home taken from them. Why not take Christmas away from him? Why not take away his home? Whatever he's experienced in life to lead to this event, I want him to suffer even more for this injustice. In a right mindset, I talked to a cop friend of mine, and there wasn't much I could do without going to small claims court and spending a good bit of money. I even posted on r/legal advice to get some help and got similar answers. The plan executed as follows. I parked on a hilltop overlooking the complex. Luckily, the apartment's close to the base of the hill, so I had a perfect spot to observe. After I waited for the guy to come home, I made note of his vehicle to confirm that was indeed his car and then went to the store. I picked up several dozens of eggs and a can of spray paint and went back home to await nightfall. I went back out around 2 a.m. I pre-mixed the eggs and kept all of the shells. I went to a more secluded spot away from the complex where I knew I could park and find a route that didn't have any sort of security cameras. I snuck up carrying a bowl of pre-beat eggs, the shells, and the spray paint in my hoodie pocket. I carefully laid the ingredients down that would be used to concoct my revenge. I was shaking. I'm still shaking as I write this. I pulled out the spray paint that I shook before getting out of the car to reduce noise. I used the paint to write "Home Wrecker" on the hood of his car. Then I poured the eggs from the roof and poured towards the back as to not let the mixture ruin the message on the hood. I laid the eggshells around the car. I placed a note on the bush outside of his door that read, "Fertilize these eggs," in hopes that his wife or partner would see it. Then I took a pocket knife and flattened the driver front and passenger rear tire. Some insurance will cover it if 4 gets slashed, and I wanted to do something a spare tire wouldn't be able to fix. I went to flatten a 3rd tire, but I saw headlights of someone heading into the complex, so I had to bail. I made my way carefully back to my car and drove off. I don't know how all of this had an effect, but I'm afraid to go back again and check on things without raising suspicion. So far, no one's reached out to me to ask about the incident. I made it out, but I'll update if I find anything else out. Oh, and Merry Christmas. Update, I went back because it was killing me. I wanted to drive by and take a picture for you guys, but the car's gone. The shells are littered on the ground, but it looks like the car was towed. There were also remains of a broken coffee mug at the base of his door. I like to think that he walked out, saw it, and spiked it into the ground out of anger. Or maybe his wife saw it and chucked it at his dumb head. I want to imagine that it destroyed his home so he can get a taste of what a broken home feels like. Just like how these foster kids have had to experience this time of year their whole lives. I told my family that someone had stolen or destroyed the packages, and they're all chipping in to shower the kids with gifts, so they'll not be without. Of course, I didn't tell them about the gifts or the plan of revenge on their behalf, but the great gift I will have received this year is that some sense of justice has been fulfilled. The best gift is being able to give these kids a Merry Christmas and the look on their faces when they get all of these gifts. Admittedly, this is quite a bit to go and plan and do, but when somebody steals from foster kids, literally their Christmas presents, and really the only thing you can do is some long, expensive, arduous legal court process, sometimes you want to act out a little bit, right? If these were your kids or your foster kids you were watching, and somebody nearby you relatively within driving distance stole and kept the presents you were going to give them, would you drive over there and give them a piece of your mind personally? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by an anonymous poster. You broke my heart? Time for you to taste your own medicine, quite literally. So to the story, this happened about 6 years ago when I was halfway through my medicine degree. In my country, it's not as difficult to enter med school like in the USA, so I was very young, barely 20 years old at the time. Also, I had just recently came out of the closet. Yes, this is a gay story. This is very important because I came out after my first ever male love interest, we'll call him Andrew, rejected me and basically outed me to the entire faculty in the process. But that's another story. So I was in the middle of a very hard TUSA, meaning heartbreak, when here I met the third protagonist of this tale, my rebound, who I'll call Philip. Well, I'd met him before, around the time I was trying to woo Andrew, because the two of them hated each other, the sworn enemies kind of thing, so it seemed natural that he came to me after the rejection. Andrew and I had been very good friends, and Philip befriended me to get intel or something he could use against him. I wasn't mad about it, all the other way around. I was totally on board with his plan. The next 2 or 3 months, we spent a lot of time together. Partly because we like to talk crap about Andrew and bully him to a certain point. Mostly bad rumors were spread behind his back. And partly because we had many other things in common. TV series, hobbies, song taste, etc. By the end of the semester, I came to realize I had fallen in love hard for Philip. Sadly, this was not his case. Philip was technically straight, so I didn't try anything romantic with him. I later found out he knew of my crush anyways. Seems I suck at hiding my feelings, and just decided to ignore it so as to not damage our relationship. But things suddenly changed. He started acting coldly and treating me bad every time I tried to reach him, and at one point he confronted me about my crush. Not only did he reject me, but he started calling me a clingy gay F-slur among other insults. Needless to say, our friendship was completely destroyed. Much later, I found out that during this time, Philip had been experimenting with his sexuality and was having sex with another hetero-curious dude. When this guy decided he preferred his girlfriend over Philip, he basically turned his anger against me. I admit, I can be quite irritating sometimes, so it seems this was what made me the perfect bullseye for his hate. So here I am, second heartbreak in less than 6 months. That's my luck, but still not mad enough to do something about it until I felt the backstabbing. I don't know how, when, or why, but some weeks after our fallout, Philip and Andrew had become best friends forever. Those you dream having when you're a kid. It was impossible seeing them apart while going around campus, at parties, or even in class. Rumor has it they were more than just friends. By this point, Philip was also out of the closet as a bisexual man, and now I was the one being bullied. Soon enough, after they started hanging out, gossip about me became the norm. I became known as a crazy stalker and obsessed little man. Hey, even Gollum from Lord of the Rings seemed saner than I was based on their stories. Additionally, any contact I had with Philip or Andrew ended in confrontation, to the point that I had to actively evade them. That is when I decided to act, and what started as only a little prank ended being something deadly. Time came for the birthday party of a friend we all three had in common, and in which our social groups would be reunited under one roof. She was a very popular girl. Me and my girl best friend Clara designed a little trick that would embarrass my two heartbreakers in front of everyone. It was very simple. We bought some Viagra pills, smashed them, and the plan was to mix some of their drinks in it to make them act interested and get a non-stoppable you-know-what during the whole party. Both loved using skinny jeans, so we knew it would not only be very painful, but very visible too. Clarification, as med students, we knew mixing alcohol and Viagra could have side effects, so we calculated a low dosage for our prank. This will be important later. Flash forward, we're all in the party and everything's going great. Too great, I will say. I was very happy and very drunk. I even thought of just letting my stupid plan go to waste and enjoy the party. But in the end, my bad judgment won. With Clara's help, it was not hard to slip the Viagra powder in my target's drinks while everyone was distracted. They sipped it whole. Minutes later, I could see the effects of the drug on Andrew as he was trying to get away from anyone on the dance floor while covering his privates. Fun fact, in Latin America, we tend to dance very close to each other, so it was actually very funny seeing him at the beginning trying to explain to every dance partner that he wasn't trying to assault them in the middle of the dance floor with his you-know-what. All things said, he was very well endowed. You may be thinking, what a lame revenge, get out of here. But this is not the end. While Andrew was suffering the funny side effects, Philip was not that lucky. His friends were asking if anyone had medicine for pain control as he was having a moderate migraine. Remember the doses thing? Fearing I'd screwed up and given him more than what I wanted, I came to check on him to see if he was alright. What happened next was what led to the unfortunate events of the rest of the night. When I came close, he pushed me away very hard and threw me to the floor. He was drunk, worked up, and had a headache, all things making him more aggressive than usual. He started insulting me in front of everyone, shouting that I was trying to take advantage of him while he was sick. If not for some of the other people around us that stopped him on time, he would have hit me in the face. In that moment, I snapped. I hated this guy. I hated him with all my heart. I hated that I was again the center of all the mean looks because of his dumb comments. I hated him so much, I decided I wanted him dead. Remember, dear reader, I was drunk. Under normal circumstances, I would have not have been able to pull this through. But the alcohol had weakened my moral compass, and the anger had ended the job. I stood up, didn't say a thing to him, and went looking for the first aid kit. I'd been to my friend's house before, so I knew where it was. Unlike Philip's group, I took a pill and handed it to the first one of them I found. telling her it was acetaminophen for the headache. She bought it and I just waited. In fact, what I had given the girl was a tablet of nitroglycerin I took from the kit. In my country, both look very similar, so it's hard to tell them apart. Under normal circumstances, nitroglycerin is used for chest pain, but one of the main contradictions in its use is Viagra due to their potent combined effect. It can be lethal. I knew it. I did not care. Soon enough, I heard the screams. Philip had fallen to the floor due to a drastic blood pressure drop, as I expected, and everyone was already calling our version of 911. I'll skip past what happened in the next few hours. The party obviously ended and Clara took me to her house. She was panicking, believing our prank had killed him and that we'd go to jail for the rest of our lives. I was in my drunk supervillain stupor and told her to calm down, assuring her that our police system was so dumb they wouldn't find out. I cannot stress enough how drunk I was, and the egotistical D-bag I can become when that happens. Meanwhile, Philip was taken to the ER where they rehydrated him and were able to stabilize him, so no murder happened that night, although it was close. The next day, I finally recovered my senses while being hungover. Now, afraid of my stupidity, I used every means I had to find out what happened to Philip, and, more importantly, if someone knew I was involved in all of the thing. Something essential here is that Philip was taken to our college hospital due to our friend living close to campus. As I was doing my practices here, it was easy seeing his medical record, so this is the reason I know what's coming next. In brief, Philip had entered a state known as distributive shock due to the hypotension he suffered from the mix of Viagra, nitroglycerin, and alcohol. Luckily for everyone involved, he had arrived to the hospital just in time, and nor his brain nor his heart suffered permanent damage. His kidney kind of had some acute problems, but nothing serious. On the other hand, no one suspected a thing about me. The doctors assumed it had been a bad reaction to the excess of alcohol and maybe a recreational drug at the party, as this was not uncommon to happen. Some tests were done, but nothing came out, and after he completely recovered, they just decided to let it be. The police were not brought upon even once. The afterwards of all this is very curious. I assume to his near-death experience, Philip became more docile, if you could say. The rumors about me stopped, and with time, our animosity towards each other faded. Same with Andrew. Later that year, I found a boyfriend and my heart slowly recovered from what happened with the duo. This experience altogether also helped me realize I had some anger issues, among other things. So I started going to psychological therapy to work on them and to prevent something similar of ever happening again. Till this day, no one knows what really happened that night, and even my best friend just believes our prank backfired. Not that I'd actually intended to kill someone. And that's the end. Yeah, kind of heavy. If someone's wondering, I know the huge screw up all this was. And as I said before, I'm not proud of it. I was very, very lucky nothing serious happened. On a side note, therapy helped me, so that's a plus. Nuclear revenge is cool and all, but the line is definitely drawn with attempted murder. To be honest, I think I'm impressed that OP was even willing to share this story, especially on a place like Reddit. It's maybe one thing to say in a therapy session or something like that, but if I went and made a mistake that bad in my drunken stupor, it'd probably be something I'd try to take to the grave with me. All I can say is I'm glad OP did learn from this and they sought help for the anger issues. Thieving roommate gets what's coming to him. So many years ago, while I was still a teen, I moved out of my parents' place to live across the street from my junior college. There were many students in the building, so I rented a room in a large basement 3-bedroom unit that was reserved for students at the school. I didn't really know anyone in the building, as it was on the other side of the city from where I grew up. At the time, there was one other roommate already living in the unit who we'll call Sean. To be kind, Sean was a short, fat putz. Older than myself by a few years, he was in some kind of simplified remedial program, as he'd failed a couple of school years and mentioned how this was his last chance to make something of himself in his parents' eyes. Kinda dim, not too much going on in his life, but harmless, or so I thought. Anyways, I was hoping to start things off on the right foot with him, as he was to be my roommate. So I wanted to be friends. As I was moving in my stuff, he mentioned how he had no money for a moving van, so I offered to do a trip with my rented van to his parents if he needed any help moving some stuff of his. He happily accepted, so we drive to his parents where I meet his mother and discover that he's from a somewhat affluent family. Somewhat surprising considering he's too broke to hire a van, but whatever. Couple days later, I meet his nice girlfriend who lived up the hill from our apartment. Translation, she was extremely affluent. This girlfriend would dote on him, visit him a lot at our place, to the point where she would regularly hand deliver him delicious meals that had been prepared at her house. This will be important later. Anyways, it slowly becomes apparent that this unassuming guy has a dishonest streak. While moving in my stuff, I'd mentioned that I had a spare waterbed. He immediately offered to buy it, so I moved it in myself and set it up with the agreement he'd pay me a friend price, around $200 for a $700 bed. Weeks pass, and he keeps giving me excuses about not paying whenever the subject comes up. He then starts randomly shifting the narrative to a story about how his wealthy parents can pay for us to get a great condo in a new development just up the street. I remember wondering why his parents would make such an offer despite the fact we've just moved into our current apartment. The story didn't make sense. Nevertheless, he constantly tried to set up some visit with me and get me involved. I wasn't really interested in moving again at that point, so I never really pursued it. I learned later that this was not only a lie, but a typical ploy of his. Anyways, as I just moved out of my old neighborhood, I hadn't opened up a new bank account, this was before internet banking, in this new part of town. So I was keeping my money, couple hundred, hidden in my room until I set up an account nearby. I was only loosely keeping track of this money and barely noticed how my money was going a little quickly. Until one day, I go to get my last $40 and it's gone. Unfortunately, by this point, a third roommate had moved into our flat, a cool hippie dude from Maritimes, so although I was convinced it was Sean that had robbed me, I wasn't 100% sure. To resolve things as amicably as possible, I decided to give him a chance to come clean. So one night I asked him point blank, fairly casually, if he'd taken my money, as I'd noticed a small amount was missing. I'll never forget his reaction. He immediately stiffened, his eyes glazed over, and he blurted out, "I didn't take anything, it wasn't me," and just stared at me. I was shocked. He didn't just look guilty, his reaction had such a rehearsed quality. I could tell he'd been accused of similar things many times before. I tried my best to be calm, smile, and act as if I'd believed him, but inside I was livid. I couldn't stop thinking about how this guy was trying to play me like a fool. I realized that although I knew it was him, I couldn't do anything about it as I had no proof. By this point, I felt sick to be living in the same space as this guy. I realized to get out of this situation and deal with this jerk appropriately, I would have to lay a trap. To make sure he didn't suspect anything, the next day, I was all smiles. Playing dumb, I exclaimed loudly how, "I hope I don't lose my money again, I just got paid," and leave the apartment. Before I left, I made sure to leave my video camera filming my room. This was so long ago, it was a huge butt VHS tape camera that I had to hide on my bed, under pillows and stuff, but it still worked like a charm. I came back, replayed the tape, and 16 minutes in, I see that freaker going through my stuff. I tell you, I went cold as ice seeing Sean casually rifle through my things. My suspicions confirmed. I had to cool off with my friends across town over some beers. When I finally told them all what was happening, they started pulling out bats, hockey sticks, and suggesting we go pay Sean a visit. As tempting as this was, I was now in college and didn't want to resort to messy violence. So instead, I plotted my revenge. The first thing I did was to make sure my cool hippie third roommate was in the loop. Not having had a lot of time to get to know him, I asked him his thoughts on retribution, and if he agreed with an eye for an eye. Confident we were on the same page, I showed him the video. He freaks out over having a thief for a roommate, but I reassure him to just be cool, cause things are going to happen to Sean real soon. Then I went to stay at my parents' house and waited until Thursday. You see, Sean liked to talk a lot. Turns out his rich parents had actually kicked him out of the house. The fact that he'd actually found an apartment and gone back to school was a big success for him. On Thursday, he'd be out of the apartment as his parents were having a big congratulatory dinner for him at their place. So I waited until I knew the dinner was underway. then called his house to speak to his mother. Crazy thing is, both he and his sister pick up the phone at the same time. So while sister goes to get his mom on the line, he's asking me loudly, "Why are you calling my mother?" repeatedly. His mother gets on, and while Sean's screaming at his mother to hang up, I calmly state, "I'm sorry to disturb you, but I have reason to believe your son is stolen from me." Suddenly, there's dead silence. After almost a minute, she replies with, "Take it up with Sean," and just hangs up. What the freak? I don't know what reaction I expected, but it wasn't that. Anyways, now with just Sean on the line, I tell him the jig is up. I have him on tape and I want my money back. He replies, "You have nothing on me, freak you." At this point I realize he's right. I'd really only filmed him rifling through my stuff. If I went to the police, the charges wouldn't stick, and there was a good chance he knew it. So by this point, I'd tried very hard to be reasonable about things, but as it was, his rich parents couldn't care less. I had no real proof to go to the police station with, and worst of all, I still had a year-long lease to live with him. So screw that crap. I told him he'd better find another place to live and hung up the phone as it was time to go nuclear on his butt. Remember how I said the putts talk too much? Turns out he bragged about how he faked his credentials for the apartment and the landlord had never checked. So the first step was to drive with my folks to the landlord's office and tell them to evict him for theft immediately. When they start telling me crap like, "We'll have to take some time to review this matter," I immediately threaten a lawsuit over how they're liable, as I can prove they never did the prescribed background check. My landlord goes pale and instantly promises everything I ask. And then take this moment to go downstairs for a minute, a statement witnessed by multiple people. I then go to Sean's room and take thousands of dollars of his expensive crap. Stereo, TV, hockey jerseys, cologne, etc. and put it all outside on our enclosed/hidden fire escape. I then go straight back upstairs, hello alibi, and leave with my folks. First chance I get, I call my friends with the bats. "Hey guys, who wants a new wardrobe and entertainment system?" I give them the instructions on how to find all of Sean's stuff hidden in the unused back alley, and chill with my parents for the next 3 to 4 days. Upon my return to the apartment, I'm greeted with awe by a highly entertained hippie roommate who gave me the play-by-play of what went down in my absence. Apparently, Sean returned from his dinner to an empty room devoid of any of his possessions, causing him to rampage through the apartment and curse my name. When Hippie innocently asked, "What's wrong, Sean?" he tells him that I stole all his stuff, but that his dad would get it back for him, as if. The next morning, his alarm clock was the landlord walking into his room and showing it to a potential tenant while informing him he was evicted immediately. He would later be dumped by his rich girlfriend who was buying his groceries. "You haven't changed, Sean," again with the lying and cheating, and disowned very publicly by his well-to-do dad. Indeed, his dad had come to the apartment only to tell Sean he was worthless and that, despite his crying and begging, he could not live back at the house. Desperate, Sean followed his dad outside and jumped on the hood of the car, pleading to go home. The dad had to drive to a nearby police station to have him removed. Last thing I heard, he was broke, dropped out of school, dumped by girlfriend, and camping in a friend's backyard in a tent in Canada in November. This was definitely a pretty nuclear revenge. This dude went from being able to live comfortably in a nice place and steal $100+ to all of a sudden having to backpack it in a tent in Canada in the winter. Do you think the outcome for Sean in this story fits their actions? Did Sean deserve all that happened to him? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Effective Fix 3235, Never Piss Off a Rich Redneck. This is a story about my grandparents' friend. I was a young teen, but given the outcome, this story has stuck with me. I've sat on this story for a while, but it's so satisfying to see a gaggle of Karens taken down a notch that I figured I'd share. For the sake of the story, we'll call my grandparents' friend William. Now, my grandparents knew William from way back. My grandmother knew him from school, and my grandfather met him after marrying my grandmother. Anyways, in the 60s, Grandma was a manager at the 7-Eleven. William led a crew that went there every day. It was the only gas station in a 30-minute radius, so everyone knew everyone in that sleepy coastal town kind of way. Now, one day, William was doing a job down on the waterfront and slipped, fell, and broke his back. While he was healing from the operation and was broke as a joke, my grandma would always make sure to send him something to eat that she'd pay for when the crew would come in to grab their snacks and gas up, knowing William would simply skip the meal to save money for his own family. My grandpa also took him to several doctor appointments since William couldn't drive for a while, and his tiny little wife couldn't wrangle him into a car by herself. William never forgot that. 20 years later, when he sold off his now very successful business and was a millionaire about 20 times over, he promptly told 90% of the world to go to heck, but kept those that had always been there for him close. Meanwhile, he never moved from the house that he'd had since before he was rich. His only concessions to his wealth were trips with his wife to see the world and buying up quite a few acres of the forested land around him. If you weren't his friend, you'd take him for every other blue-collar worker in the town. There was absolutely nothing obvious to show that he was worth tens of millions of dollars. After his wife died in the 90s, William decided to take up a new hobby. As he lived outside of the city limits, he set up a sawmill and woodworking shop. Got all the proper permits and everything. The saws were in a big old enclosed building in the middle of all that land, so in all honesty, no harm, no foul, right? Wrong. The family that owned the forest behind William's land had just sold it to developers. Thus, the new luxury gated neighborhood, the first in the area, was born. Enter a plethora of Chads and Karens who were mostly from up north and had moved down south to take advantage of the better weather and nearby beach. It didn't take long before they decided to take offense to his little business venture on the other side of the 10-foot tall wall of their neighborhood, because it didn't fit with the image of their community. You know, the community he was decidedly not a part of, so they sued him. Didn't even try to start a dialogue with him, just up and sued him. William was livid. He was your typical coastal redneck, and he would be darned if those darn Yankees told him what to do on his own property that was not within city limits nor located in an HOA. William countered with professional noise studies that showed that some of the kids in that neighborhood drove vehicles that made more ambient noise than his little operation. Nope. The people in the neighborhood simply threw more money at the lawyers to continue on with the lawsuit. Essentially, their plan was to bleed him dry. Their lawyers, who were not locals, actually told William's lawyer that he probably should advise his client to close the shop so that he wouldn't end up bankrupt due to the resources being thrown at him from the homeowners. Due to the relatively modest surroundings of his home, the neighbors nor their lawyers had any idea that the man was actually richer than just about all of them put together. All they saw was an older dude who drove a beat-up 80s model truck and wore Dickies jeans and work shirts that lived in what appeared to be a relatively modest home, especially compared to their McMansions. When William's lawyer told him about that conversation, William lost his freaking mind. I clearly remember his screeching into my parents' driveway in that old work truck, cussing up a storm and ranting and raving before he even got in the house. He came to our house. Why? Because my grandmother, bless her heart, was known as one of the most giving people in the world. Unless you pissed her off. If you hurt her or someone she cared for, she became one of the most vindictive jerks that could be found in that town. I'm not kidding when I say that her ability for revenge served cold was legendary amongst the locals. So William had come to the house for a dose of her deviousness. Us kids weren't allowed inside during that conversation, but after he left that day, I later heard the adults talking about how he proceeded to hire quite a few private investigators to see if there would be any dirt to dig up on them. By them, I mean the dozens of people in that neighborhood that were part of that lawsuit. Lo and behold, there were apparently copious amounts of dirt to be had. I still remember him positively crowing about it to my grandparents one fine summer day months later. That 60-something-year-old man was as gleeful as the proverbial kid on Christmas morning. Why? Because after he learned what his little private army dug up, he started making some phone calls to various acquaintances in high places. The ensuing fallout meant that the lawsuit was dropped. There was quite a list of misdeeds that were discovered, but the ones that I heard talked about by the adults that stick out are, there were more than a handful of individuals that owed back child support. William very helpfully had the private investigators provide the mother's updated address and employment information so that they could pursue said child support / garnishment if they wanted to. On top of that, the IRS became very interested in several of those people, as well as various other neighbors. Finally, one household ended up in prison because the investigators realized that they were drug dealers. The pictures of the transactions caught by the PIs were helpfully handed over to the sheriff's department. Drugs are bad, kids. Moral of the story: never piss off a rich redneck. I mean, in my eyes, don't piss off somebody that you literally cannot control anyways. And nowadays with social media the way it is, I bet in a lot of situations where somebody tries to bleed another person dry like this, can get exposed a little bit and get some good social media outrage going on. Wouldn't necessarily fix the problem, but it probably would give a lot of those people that are pursuing this a lot more shame in the eyes of a lot of people. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of all these stories I've read today, which is your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories.